to move to the center, to the middle of the room for the swearing in, and I'll turn the proceedings over to Judge Grove. Thank you very much. Proceed when you are ready, sir. Thank you so much. Just sign that marriage certificate and we're on our way. Thank you, Judge Grove. Director McConnell, if you wanted to say anything, you don't have to, but if you'd like to, we've got a little bit of time for you. If you have anything wisdom to impart from the recently civilian post that you held with watching us.
Let's see.
Yeah, you gotta,
I think I've got this.
and
You know,
just a little closer too. Our system doesn't always get through to our translation people, so it's unfortunately you got to be pretty close.
all right. Well, I'm just very honored to have been appointed. I really appreciate the confidence that Adams County Commissioners have provided in me, and I look forward to actually working with everyone in the near future. So I'm not sure, do you want me a little background? I mean,
Sure,
I don't know.
sure. Take your time.
Just a little bit about me. I've been involved with the transportation for quite a while. I am the former mayor of the city of North Glen and a former council person. And in my duties, I have been the chair of the NATA, which is the Northern Area Transportation Alliance, as well as Smart Commute and various other committees. So I've been very involved with transportation, and I think it's really interesting, and I look forward to working in this area.
Thank you very much. And we're thrilled to have you here and a little heartbroken for the reason why you're here, but life always moves on. So we're going to start with, or turn to the Pledge of Allegiance. Director Pagliari is going to lead us tonight in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. I'm going to be able to do this by memory by the end of the year. The RTD Board of Directors acknowledges that the land on which our buses and trains operate is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and other contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to these lands. We honor our indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed people, and recognize their current and future contributions in the district as we move forward. I will now call the roll. Very exciting parts of the meeting. Director Akiri,
I am here.
Director Banker,
Present.
Director Bouquet,
Present.
Director Chandler,
Present.
Director Downing. That would have been amazing if you weren't, but Director Geisinger,
Here.
and obviously online, and she communicated that ahead of time to me. Director Guchenritter,
Here.
Director Guzman,
Present.
Director Harwick,
Yep.
Director Larson,
Here.
Director Nicholson,
I am here.
Director O'Keefe is here, Director Pagliari,
Present.
and Director Rusha,
Here.
and Director Whitmore.
Present.
All right, we are 15-0 tonight. Before we move forward with the rest of the agenda, I want to make actually a couple modifications. We're going to move the item I, Adams County Agreement for the Inline Design Project Development, from the recommended action section to just after our external entity report. We have a number of guests here, and we're going to try to get them on their way and move forward. Is there any objection to doing that? Okay, I'm also going to ask that we provide committee reports in writing tonight so we can short circuit that time too. It was fine with all the chairs except for Chair Banker, who I didn't ask, but putting her on the spot, she's all good too. Thank you very much. Okay. So next order of business is proclamation for former Director Vince Busick. This is a bittersweet portion of our agenda tonight. We're presented with the opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments of a former Director Busick who has departed this board, and to share our collective appreciation for all he has done during his tenure. This evening, we will be recognizing the passionate, dedicated, and honorable public servant who has left an indelible mark on this board and this agency and on people with his quick wit. In a moment, I'm going to ask Director Whitmore to read the proclamation for former Director Busick. Then I'll ask Director Busick if he has any remarks. He can come up to the dais. And if anybody else has anything they want to say in encouragement or remembrance, sounds like a funeral. Director Whitmore, will you please take it from here with the proclamation?
My indeed pleasure, Mr. Chair, and certainly difficult evening saying goodbye to such a good friend of many of us personally and professionally all throughout the Northern Front Range, and all the accomplishments that were in Vince's repertoire far before he became an RTD director. And I'm pleased to say that we were elected in the same election along with Director Geisinger, who's with us online. Proclamation and recognition of the contributions made to the Regional Transportation District, RTD, 2019 to 2026 by Director Vince Busick. Whereas the constituents of District J elected Director Vince Busick to represent them on the RTD Board of Directors in 2018 and again in 2022, and whereas Director Busick served faithfully and dutifully on the board for nearly 8 years as an advocate for RTD to be the trusted leader in mobility, delivering excellence and value to its customers and community while making lives better through connections. And, oh, this is a long one, so bear with me. Speaking of repertoires and resumes, whereas Director Busick served with distinction in many leadership roles during his tenure, including terms as Chair, Secretary, Chair of the General Manager Oversight and Performance Management Committee, and Chair of the Audit Committee. Additionally, he served admirably as a member of the General Manager Oversight and Performance Management and General Manager Executive Search Committee, the Operations, Safety, and Security Committee, the Performance Committee, the Salaried Employee Defined Benefit and Defined Contribution Trust, the Ad Hoc Committee for Interim GM Contract Review, and the Ad Hoc Committee for Joint Rail Planning Efforts. Furthermore, he represented the RTD well as the board's liaison to the Colorado Department of Transportation as a member of the Denver Regional Council of Governments Regional Transportation Committee, the Northwest Parkway Public Highway Authority Board, and served with the Adams County Economic Development Corporation. And whereas Director Busick served on the board during a time of tremendous progress for RTD, during which he helped guide the organization to ensure its long-term viability and sustainability. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the RTD Board of Directors that we, the Board of Directors, hereby extend our heartfelt commendations to Director Vince Busick for his many contributions to this board and recognize his steadfast dedication to RTD and, most importantly, his customers in his district and all throughout RTD. Dated this 28th day of July 2026. Au revoir.
Thank you, Director Whitmore. Before I ask for a motion on the proclamation, are there any directors that wish to be recognized, or would former Director Busick like to be recognized to say a couple words?
I will after everybody gives me accolades.
Smart. Director Guzman. Director Ruscia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I hear that according to Ms. Manners, when you leave office, you retain like the highest position that you had. So with that, Director Busick, I would just offer that when you were amongst us, if you did not have something sharp to say, or if you didn't crack a joke, you cracked a whip. And I was definitely a better director for it. Thanks to Director Busick, I have now never submitted something that had a fiscal impact without a fiscal note. I have also endeavored to be brief in my comments. That's still a work in progress. But even so, as I'm babbling and fumbling for the right words to say, somewhere in the back of my head there is something that says, you know, what would Vince Busick do? And right now he'd probably say, stop before you start crying, because I'm actually really gonna miss you, my friend. So I know how much you love, you know, excessive sentiments and cards for no reason and hugs. Would it be okay if we broke protocol and I gave a hug to my friend before he departs us? Just this once. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. Director Guzman, and I see you, Director Geisinger, next.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Busick, you have been an awesome mentor and somebody to pay attention to. You say very few words, but what you say has a lot of impact. And I have learned a lot with you. I will be indebted to you for your leadership in getting major projects done, pushing things to be done right, but always holding to the truth. And one of the most important things I think that you have brought to this board, and I hope I can continue through the rest of the year, and then somebody else will have to pick up the mantle after we're both gone, is that you cut through the BS and get straight to the point. And I value that above all else. We have to deal with the honesty and the reality that we're in, and fantasy does not have a place to play in a lot of what we do. There is a place for it in planning, but the reality is the reality, and we have to look to that. So I just want to say thank you for your steady presence and your ability to both encourage and stress the importance of doing the work the right way without frustrating or discouraging anybody that's new to this board to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Director Geisinger.
Just want to say thanks. Vince has been an important member of the board for a long time. I think I can speak for lots of former members, and I stay closest to the Angie and Shelley and Peggy and others, that it's been great to work with you, Vince. Vince has also brought his litigation skills and cut to the chase on many issues, and I've always appreciated that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Geisinger. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. There have been very few things over the last 18 months that Director Busick and I have agreed on, but one of the things that has most impressed me in that time is the incredible professionalism, cool-headedness, and focus on the mission in front of you. As Director Guzman aptly pointed out, you are a no BS, you get straight to the point, and that level of focus and dedication is something I really respected in the way you've conducted yourself and something I can learn a lot from.
Thank you, Secretary Nicholson. First Vice Chair Harwick.
I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. I
Go ahead, it's
completely
okay.
agree. Vince, you were like just such a thoughtful, nice person, and you're just a real joy to to sign up and do this is tough. And to have somebody that just like has just like a really great demeanor, offers friendship, and always a nice word to say. And I just appreciate that, and I wish you nothing but the best as you move east on us. And again, I'm going to say it for the 18th time. I'm looking forward to coming to visiting.
Thanks, Ian.
Anybody else? Director Whitmore?
So Vince, I appreciate you more than you probably ever know. You have been such a steadfast partner in our districts that are very much cohesive in a lot of ways. To some of the others' points, I could always rely on you to dumb things down for me. And that's a skill because things are complex here. And your ability to gather the facts in a quick manner and to opine has been valuable to me and many others on the board. So that will be missed. And I do appreciate all the good times we had on the campaign trail and, you know, a lot of late nights and early morning meetings that were necessary, but not easy. But you always had, you know, a great viewpoint. Sometimes it was humor, a lot of times it was humor, which is certainly needed, and I appreciate that. But also just the ability to cut to the chase and get to the point and move on to the next item, because there's always the next item, right?
Absolutely.
And your next item sounds pretty damn good. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Whitmore. I have Director Bouquet and then GMCO Johnson, I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Busick, it's been an honor serving with you. I really saw you as a mentor, which I really appreciated through all the leadership positions that you had, including chairing this board, which I know is not an easy task, and having a level head, but also having someone who's, as multiple people have stated, who are honest and also bring humor to this job. Really appreciate it. Wishing you the best of luck in the next journey, and really thank you for your dedication to this agency.
Thanks, Julian.
And anybody else? We'll go to GMCO Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening, all. Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. To Chair Busick, I want to thank you for your selfless service for the betterment of those within the Regional Transportation District. Recognizing that you were on this board when I arrived, serving in my capacity as the General Manager and CEO, I appreciate so much your transparency, your candor, and your no nonsense. Those are some things that we share in common. And so I want to wish the best to you and Karen as you embark on this next chapter. And on behalf of all the RTD staff, I want to thank you for all your contributions, and most specifically in reference to hearing us, working with us as we try to navigate solutions in a very constrained environment. And some of those things are going to come full circle, recognizing that we have been partnering over the course of the past 6 years to ensure we found solutions to enhance mobility options. So with that, I wish you and Karen the best as you travel to a far, far away land that is a fabulous one. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will conclude my comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity to add to this conversation and acknowledgements of Vince Busick.
Thanks,
you.
Deborah.
Real quick, I think Director Downing had something to say.
Well, Director Busick, I have not had the privilege of working with you, but I have heard so many wonderful things that I hope I can fill those shoes, and will try to the best of my ability. But I really do wish you and Karen good luck in the future. And I look forward to maybe hearing a little bit about your adventures when you come back. So,
Sounds good. Thanks,
yes.
Joyce.
Tu es fantastique. I do. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the kind words. I do appreciate that. You know, it's an interesting job, as you all know, being on this board. And interesting is sometimes a good thing and sometimes not so good. But remember that you all, you're the experts in transit. And don't forget that. Don't let your opinions and ideas be swayed by others who haven't read the 444 pages of the Operations, Safety, and Security Committee packet, but still make opinions and sometimes even publish them in newspapers as editorials. Just because people don't always agree with you doesn't mean you're wrong. Don't forget that. Because you are the experts and you know what you're doing and you know what has to be done. So that said, it's been a pleasure working with you and staff. Thank you all so much. We've got the best staff in the transit industry. So anyway, thanks again, and au revoir, a bientôt to some, and take care.
All right. May I please have a motion? Let's pass and then applaud.
So moved.
Thank you. Guzman, mover.
Second.
Second, Bouquet. Are there any no votes on this? Never know. All right, seeing none, it's 15-0, and we certainly will miss you quite a bit. Thank you. Thank you. There are, for retiree awards, there are no retiree awards. The third quarter retiree awards will be announced at the September 29th Board of Directors meeting. Before I open up the floor to public comment, I want to make very clear that there are no specific proposed cuts before the board tonight. We are approving a package to go put together a selection of potential reductions if it passes. If it doesn't, that will not happen, but there are no votes on specific routes tonight. Zero, none, period. During tonight's meeting, we are not doing anything specific. We are merely empowering staff to come back. It is serious, but it is not final right now. We're still in the planning phase, gathering information regarding the service modifications. Any service reduction that is formally proposed for 27 will be proposed next year and will undergo a full and thorough public review before being brought to the board for consideration. I will now open to the public participation, excuse me. And I'm going to start with, yeah, that's great. And we're going to start with the elected officials. We've got two tonight. Matthew Popkin, who's a Longmont City Council member, I believe.
Good evening, Chair. Board members. Great acoustics. Thank you. Good evening, Chair O'Keefe and board members. My name is Matthew Popkin. I serve on Longmont City Council, representing approximately 35,000 Ward 2 residents. I am here to urge you enthusiastically to support item 17CN on your consent agenda. That's the new express bus from Longmont to the Denver International Airport. For many reasons I don't need to go into tonight, Longmont residents are justifiably skeptical of RTD's ability sometimes to meet our modern needs as a city. Now, before I go more into the route, I do consistently meet people in the greater Denver area who don't know what Longmont's population actually is today. In fact, I want to ask you all, what is Longmont's population today? I know you can't respond, but get a number in your head. If you guessed 58,000, you're right, in 1996. It's actually 71,000 in 2000. Today, the city of Longmont is actually over 100,000 strong and growing. The city of Boulder, which is just 105,000 people, including 32,000 undergraduate students, is no longer the center of Boulder County. Longmont and Boulder are two core residential and economic hubs. This proposed AL route, Airport to Longmont, is also genuinely an excellent proposal and serves the second population hub of Boulder County. one that has consistently been underserved in transit service. And I particularly appreciate that the route does not try to do too much. The AL route aims to provide Longmont, Niwot, and Lafayette residents and visitors with service that is pragmatic, convenient, and direct. This route is in demand, too. In fact, when I was campaigning last fall for election for city council, I asked residents two questions at the door. One of those questions was, and I quote, "If there was a bus from downtown Longmont to the Denver International Airport for $10 per ride, how often would you use it?" The answer? Over 70% of the constituents I surveyed, door to door, in person, personally, would use a bus to the airport at least 6 times per year, including those visiting them. Neighbors, friends, people who love driving but hate I-25, people who don't want to pay to park at the airport, people who need affordable options for their family members visiting and other guests. Residents who otherwise don't use transit even said they would absolutely use this route. In fact, only 7.5% of residents I surveyed said they would never use it. You try finding a 92% support for almost anything these days. With this route, you actually have the opportunity to increase travel affordability.
I'm sorry, sir, we have 2 minutes. I should have noted that ahead of time, so.
Oh, that's
yeah.
over? I thought that was
Yeah.
counting down. All right, well then I'll just wrap up I'll jump to the end. Anyway, this route will meaningfully and tangibly help restore trust with Longmont residents. Thank you very much. That plus the $16 million for our First and Main Transit Station, the $2.5 million for our Ride Longmont partnership, and $156 million in rail starter service. Thank you, Director Banker, Chair O'Keefe, for the flexibility here, Director Geisinger, for all of your time, your work, and for these investments. Please support the AL route. Thank you.
And sorry for not giving you the fair warning on that. One more elected official. We have Stephen Ward, who I believe is an Englewood City Council member. Councilmember Ward.
Good evening, board members. My name is Stephen Ward. I'm a District 4 Council representative for the city of Englewood. Englewood, as you probably already know, is on the D and C line. Our city hall is directly adjacent to the light rail line. The reason why I'm here tonight is because we are experiencing some difficulty right now with our parking garage attached to the city center. And the reason why RTD is important in that is because over 20 years ago, nearly 25 years ago now, the city of Englewood and the city of and the RTD entered into an agreement together wherein the city of Englewood would provide 910 parking spaces for transportation. And at the time, that was great. I used it myself 10 years ago when I was commuting to and from work downtown, which I no longer do. But now it is severely underutilized. We have a very large surface lot just to the north of our city center that sees maybe 10 to 20% usage on any given day. And a garage attached to the city center, which is literally crumbling. I wish I was joking, it is literally crumbling. We have barriers set up closing off the stairwells on this parking structure because it is not safe to occupy the stairwells. And just yesterday, I was notified today, someone crossed one of those barriers and fell from the second floor to the first floor because the actual barrier that's designed to keep people from moving, the rail itself, collapsed when they touched it. It's not safe. It would be far, far better for the city of Englewood to be released from this parking obligation attached to the garage, because we are preparing to spend over $2.5 million rehabilitating this parking structure, which we no longer need. So I'm here tonight to ask the board of directors to fast track a release of 305 garage parking spaces for the city of Englewood. Those are deeded parking spaces. We can't do it legally because there's an easement there that RTD owns. But if the board wills it, we can be released from that and we can deal with the parking garage in a way that best benefits our residents.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So turning to next section of public comment, we've just got a few people in person today. Reminder, it's 2 minutes, and please state your name and start. Gabs Gonzalez, I think you are first.
Hello, board members and staff. My name's Gabs Gonzalez, and I'm moving into the Grove at Cottonwood, which is a narrow, inclusive apartment complex It's in Broomfield. I use RTD Access-Ride to get to work. Without public transportation, I would have to rely on my family and friends to give me rides to work. My fellow IDD peers and friends that use public transportation could not get to their day programs or work. If you cut the routes in Broomfield, that would mean that we don't have FlexRide and Access-Ride. It would make it harder for me and my IDD friends and peers to get around or to do anything. I'm asking RTD board members and staff to not to make any budget cuts that include Route 53 or the Interlochen Flatiron Crossing FlexRide or Renfield FlexRide. These RTD services are very critical to those who can't use the normal bus. The other reason that I don't want you guys to make budget cuts to the routes in Broomfield is that the IDD community will become isolated. For example, if people need to go to doctor's appointments or grocery stores, they won't be able to do that independently. Another example is that I work at Mod Pizza in Westminster. I will not be able to get to my job, which is in a different city than in Broomfield, without Access-Ride. I can't use FlexRide, and you can't go from Broomfield to Westminster. With the expansion of Route 53, that would mean that transportation would make it more accessible up and down Sheridan and Broomfield. And it would expand the Access-Ride boundary. Please keep Route 53 in Route 53 and this route in Broomfield. If there is no route in Route 53, Access-Ride won't be able to provide services for the ones that need it. If you guys vote on aren't any budget cuts, please keep transportation in Broomfield. You can vote on other budget cuts that need to be made in other cities. Broomfield is a beautiful city to work and live in. I'm asking you, the board members, not to vote on getting rid of Broomfield transportation. Broomfield is a town that has intellectual, developmental disabilities, adults that rely on public transportation. People with IDD are
I'm sorry, if you could wrap up, that would be
All
great.
right, thank you, RTD board members and staff.
Thank you, Cabs. Our next speaker is Corey Gonzalez. That was easy.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Corey Gonzalez, and I'm the parent and guardian of Gab, who you just heard speak. The Grove at Cottonwood in Broomfield is scheduled to open next month. It's a 40-unit neuro-inclusive income-aligned apartment community, and originally 10 of those units were for residents with IDD. They're on track for 25, and my daughter is one of them. Because of their disabilities, many of these future residents qualify for and rely on Access-Ride as their primary means of transportation. Broomfield needs more transportation options. When the time comes to approve the extension of Route 53, I ask you to vote yes. This route extension will expand mobility for many, including the 25 residents of the Grove who need Access-Ride service. Every parent plans to raise a child for 18 years, set them free for the next 30, and then hope they come back to help them face the final years of their own life. A special needs parent can sometimes plan to raise their child for 65 years, and while doing so, also have to prepare for the next 20 years or so after they themselves are no longer here. Let that sink in for a minute, and then you'll begin to understand the drive and determination that many of us have while we're still alive. The Grove at Cottonwood plays an integral role in the planning, and Access-Ride is vital. Without it, our kids are isolated. The decision you make to keep and expand Route 53 will directly impact the lives of our adult children. In this case, at least 25 from one location. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Our next speaker is Suzanne Eck.
Thank you, Corey, for sharing a parent's perspective of the challenge we have raising an IDD child with a disability and going into adulthood and having to plan farther ahead. It truly is a challenge. so thank you. My name is Suzanne Eck, and I'm a resident of Broomfield. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and show my support for the proposed service change to Route 53. Extending Route 53 from the city buildings northwest to St. Anthony's North Hospital in the Orchard Mall area is a much-needed transit service for the currently underserved city of Broomfield. The proposed service change will benefit all Broomfield residents. Specifically, it will provide a fixed route through central Broomfield, thus expanding the accessory ride eligibility area. To refresh your memory, a 10-square-mile area of Broomfield is not inside the AAR boundary. The Grove at Cottonwood, a 40-unit neuro-inclusive community, is designed for supportive, independent living for adults with intellectual and developmental challenges. I'm happy to say that my daughter will be moving in there next month. The Grove lies 750 feet outside of the boundary. This spring, we were requested and denied a point of deviation. The extension of Route 53 will provide the residents with intellectual and developmental challenges the transportation needed to continue working at their jobs, independently travel to and from medical appointments, and attend social events outside of Broomfield. I'd like to thank Director Rushka and the board for your amendment last month, clarifying the service modification models are excluded modifications to Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand, and that RTD continue the practice of preserving the Access-a-Ride service area for current customers in the event of a reduction or elimination of fixed route services in the future. I encourage RTD to follow this amendment when you extend Route 53. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next speaker is Kristen Heiser. If you can approach the podium, say your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. Over the past year, I've appeared before you several times and worked with your staff to advocate for meaningful transit in Broomfield, particularly for our neighbors with disabilities. Tonight, I urge you to approve the consent agenda item that includes the proposed service changes, extending Route 53, expanding Broomfield Flex Ride, and preserving Route 228. We are grateful that Route 53 was reinstated earlier this year. However, its current alignment stops short of many of Broomfield's residential centers. Extending the route into the heart of Broomfield would put transit where people actually live, connecting them to jobs, healthcare, shopping, education, and essential services. Reaching more residents and destinations would give the route a fair opportunity to build ridership and demonstrate its value. The extension will be especially meaningful for the Grove at Cottonwood that you've been hearing about tonight. BHA is building a new 40-unit neuro-inclusive and affordable housing community designed to support independent living. Residents will begin moving in next week, including adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, achieving their dream of living more independently. For many Grove residents who cannot drive, transit determines whether they can work, attend an appointment, buy groceries, meet a friend, or simply choose how they spend their days. Many things many of us get to enjoy. As I advocate for these changes tonight, I'm also looking ahead. How much time will Broomfield be given to build ridership? Our community could finally receive this resource only to lose it before residents can learn about it, trust it, and make it a part of their lives. After years of limited service, Broomfield deserves the opportunity to demonstrate its ridership and the specific needs transit serves. Please do not make assumptions about who lives in Broomfield or who will use transit. Our local food bank reports serving approximately 20% of Broomfield residents last year, and 45% of Broomfield renters are cost burdened. Our community includes seniors, people with disabilities, young families, workers, and veterans who need reliable, affordable transit. As you consider future reductions, please distribute cuts equitably throughout the district rather than concentrating them in suburban communities that already have limited service. Ridership cannot grow without consistent service, and trust cannot grow if service disappears just as people begin relying on it. BHA worked hard to create the Grove and give residents a front door of their own. Your vote tonight is a great step in the right direction. Your future decisions can help ensure the door opens to the entire community and stays
Kristen,
open.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Coleman Erickson. Coleman, welcome.
Thank you, Chair O'Keefe and members of the Board of Directors. My name is Coleman Erickson. I'm a resident and writer of RTD District J. I'm here to speak on many things as you have a very packed agenda, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. I do want to advocate strongly for preventing as many service cuts as possible. I think, we're already in a service deficit and have been since the pandemic. And we need to prevent the elimination of routes that we've already brought back since then. It does not set a really good precedent and makes it even harder to come to the taxpayers in the future when that's necessary. I'd also like to congratulate our new director here in District J and look forward to working closely with you for the next 6 months. And then, of course, I'd like to speak in favor of the proposed alliance with Adams County on the N line. Obviously, since we brought the N line to Adams County, it has been very instrumental in improving economic opportunity connections for those of Commerce City, Thornton, and North Glen. I ride it frequently myself, even though I work and live in North Glen and Broomfield. I get a lot of time on that train, as do many of the people I know. While we are focused on making sure we get the extensions of this line completed up to the 2 final stations as promised in Fast Tracks, another thing that was promised in Fast Tracks was 20-minute service times. And unfortunately, the way the line was built out and the way RTD allowed it to be built out does not allow us to do that. This is another part of the promise that the taxpayers approved and paid for and have done their part to make good on the promise. And I think we can't lose sight of that when talking about extending and expanding the N-line service. Frequency is a huge part of the utility of a line like this, and I hope we consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Coleman. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak and have not already done so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. If you're dialed in, please press *6 to toggle your mute settings. Mr. Kroll, do we have any online speakers?
We do, the first of whom is Richard Bamber.
Richard, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to talk about the N-line proposal, and the noting when I first read the documents was how high the 55 million costs appear to be for what is essentially a 2-station extension to an existing rail line that was designed not less than 12 years ago. The 2 new stations need to be cut and paste affairs. Everything else is a reuse and adaptation of existing technology. In the environmental challenges appear to be nothing that we haven't seen before on the corridor. So what I would urge directors to do is to keep a very close eye on costs, challenge anything that looks like we are reinventing the wheel, and make sure that this line is delivered as cheaply and efficiently while complying with all regulations as we can. Secondly, I'd like to pay tribute to Vince Buzek, the former chair. Thank you very much for your service. And may you enjoy living in a country that has an excellent national rail network with its world-class train à grande vitesse. May you enjoy some of the local transit, some of the beautiful light rail systems they have, automated light rail, metro, and high quality local bus services. I'm sure it'll be an excellent next chapter of your life, and I wish you all the best of luck. So thank you, Chair Buzek, and thank you, Chair, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Kroll.
Next, we have Yuju Wang.
You do. You can state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Yuju, if you can come off mute.
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yep, we can now.
Okay, perfect. I've prepared a statement. My name is Yuju Wang, and I live and work in Broomfield, Colorado. I have been a FlexRide rider for more than 4 years, and I rely on it for many aspects of my daily life. It gets me to and from work, to doctor's appointments, shopping, visits with friends, and to the Flatiron Station, where I can connect to bus serving downtown Denver and the Denver International Airport. Over these 4+ years, I have seen firsthand how valuable and well-used Broomfield FlexRide is. The buses are consistently busy, and the riders reflect the diversity of our community. I have seen students picked up after school, seniors dropped off at their homes with groceries, people with disabilities traveling to work, and individuals choosing a safe ride home after happy hour. FlexRide is not just a transportation service, it is an essential part of the community that helps people remain connected, independent, and safe. If anything, Broomfield FlexRide should be expanded to meet demand, not eliminated. While I understand the difficult budget decisions you face and the need to reduce service by 5 to 20%, eliminating 60% of service in Broomfield seems grossly disproportionate. Sorry. Broomfield residents pay RTD taxes just like residents of other municipalities, yet no other community is being asked to absorb cuts of this magnitude. Concentrating such a large share of reduction in a single city places an unfair burden on the people who both fund and depend on this service. I urge you to please reconsider these proposed cuts and pursue a more balanced approach that preserves this vital transportation option for Broomfield community. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuju. Mr. Kroll,
Yes, next we have Gina Kufal.
Gina, please state your full name and you have 2 minutes.
Gina, if you can come off mute.
Okay, we will come back. Mr. Kroll, is there another person?
Yes. Oh, we have Christopher Gregory.
Christopher, if you're ready, please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Gregory. I'm a resident of Longmont. I had submitted some written comments prior to this evening's meeting. I guess, summary of that is that my family depends almost on a daily basis for the regional buses from Longmont to Denver, the LSX in particular. I think that this idea of a airport bus through the AL service is somewhat misguided until RTD takes a serious look at the need to reinforce our regional transportation to Denver in particular with a more regular express type bus service to the extent that that can be considered, and we can look at the opportunity costs of adding another route that could be served through that service to Union Station anyway and the A line. I'm just not understanding the priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Mr. Kroll?
Yes, next we have Susan Myers.
Susan, if you would state your full name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Susan Myers and I live in Superior. I've been following the service plan changes closely on behalf of our 37-year-old son who has intellectual and developmental disabilities. David uses RTD fixed routes and access on demand daily. I've appreciated the chances over the last several months to publicly comment on many of the proposed service changes. I'm aware of the many difficult decisions RTD is facing, and I recognize all of the hard work you've been doing. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to support the passage of the September 2026 service changes as recommended. A key route of concern for me and many caregivers to people with IDD is the extension of Route 53 in Broomfield, as you have heard. In addition, I strongly support maintaining the 228 fixed bus route through Broomfield, Superior, Louisville, and Lafayette. This key connecting route in the North Metro area has enabled my son to safely get to work and community activities for several years. Thank you for all your hard work and your considerations of all of the many different types of riders who depend on RTD as their primary form of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Mr. Kroll?
Next we have Caitlin Fortner.
Caitlin, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and you may speak.
Hi, good evening, directors. My name is Caitlin Fortner. I live in the Athmar Park neighborhood and I'm a member of the RTD Citizen Advisory Council. I have been using RTD as my primary form of transport since 2019 and I don't drive, I don't have a car. I'm here to ask that as part of instructing staff to consider the value or to consider options for potential budget cuts or service reductions, that the staff also consider the value add or value capture that comes along with the core transit network that exists, especially downtown. And what I mean by that is what other economic impacts and impacts to businesses would happen as a part of those proposed budget reductions, not only just the money that RTD would save or a cost per ride. The reason that I want to urge that is because it's not only an important metric for RTD to consider, but also I want the businesses a little bit to feel the pain of what they would be losing in these potential service reduction scenarios. In addition, I would ask that the core route network in the downtown area be prioritized in those scenarios, because I feel with especially the upcoming additional bus rapid transit routes that we're really about to achieve like a critical mass of high frequency bus networks that will truly transform the ability of folks like myself to travel around the city in a predictable and convenient manner. And so just prioritizing those routes that have a 20-minute or more frequency, I think should be a metric that is considered when those plans are compiled and compared to one another. That was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caitlin. Mr. Kroll?
Yes, next we have Brad Bruce.
Brad, if you could state your name, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name's Brad Bruce. I live in downtown Denver. Honestly, I couldn't have said anything better than what Caitlin just said, so I just really agree with what she just spoke about. But I also want to point out that I think it might be useful, and I don't know the regulations around this, but I listened to the operations committee meeting last week or 2 weeks ago, and one of the big talking points or one of the big discussion points was the amount of money that RTD requires to have on hand for any given, unknown circumstance that might pop up. And I'm wondering if you can push staff to lower the required amounts and maybe pull out more loans for the next 2 years. I'm just incredibly concerned that if we want some sort of tax increase ballot initiative to successfully pass in 2028, that cutting service drastically would really affect the ability for that to pass. I think people on the ground would be entirely too pissed off to vote yes if they see that service had just been cut, 12 months prior. So I really like the idea that Caitlin said of like prioritizing the monetary amounts that would affect the larger economy outside of RTD, just outside of like cost per rider. And I would really like to see some sort of ability for RTD to have less cash on hand. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Brad. Mr. Kroll?
Yes, next we have Jessica Beecham.
Jessica, please state your name,
Hi,
and you have
this
2
is
minutes.
Jessica Beecham. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Oh, perfect. This is Jessica Beecham, president of the National Federation of the Blind of Colorado. And I just wanted to first start by thanking everyone for working so diligently to make changes that will help our budgetary situation while making the least impact to riders. I know I also want to thank the board for passing the resolution that protects access on demand. But I had a little bit of confusion around this resolution and wasn't sure if it meant that folks would be protected if they live in an area where service is cut. And so If that isn't the case based on the resolution that was passed, I just want to make sure that the board would consider passing a resolution that would protect all current access on demand users in the case of the service cuts that we know are probably coming, as much as we would like them not to come. I just want to be sure that people can still get to all of their activities of daily life that are so important. And again, thanks everyone for all of the hard work. And I'm excited to see all of the creative ideas that come up to help us protect the integrity of the service that we have. So thanks again.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Kroll?
Yes, at this time I see we have 3 additional speakers.
Do we want to try Gina again? Real
Sure.
quick?
We can try Gina Kufal.
Gina,
Yes, hello.
Great. If you can state your full name, and then you've got 2 minutes. Sorry we missed you the first time.
No, that's fine. That was my issue. My name, excuse me, is Gina Kofel, and I'm the founder and CEO of Friends of Broomfield, and we're a provider agency that serves approximately 200 adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities across the Northwest metro area. I'm also the mother of an adult son with disabilities. I have the privilege of working with these individuals who are also working daily very hard, striving for the things that each of us values: jobs, homes, friendships, independence, and the opportunity to contribute to their community. For many of us, transportation is something we rarely think about. We can get in our cars and go wherever we need to for shopping, meeting friends, appointments, etc. But for the people that we serve, transportation is the gateway to opportunity. Without it, people with IDD are excluded from the very communities we've worked so hard to make more inclusive. Our community has truly embraced the values of inclusion, accessibility, and belonging. Those values must extend beyond buildings and into our transportation system. Our community depends on and benefits from our FlexRide program and will greatly benefit from the enhancement of Route 53. Most importantly, the residents of the Grove who depend on Access-a-Ride. Now, trying to balance a budget is difficult, and we are all faced with difficult decisions daily. But when you evaluate the transit budget solely by the number of riders, then you're failing to acknowledge its value to the people who depend on it most. For someone who has no alternative means of transportation, losing a bus route doesn't simply mean an inconvenience. It can mean losing a job, missing an appointment, becoming more isolated, or being unable to live independently. Those costs are high, and additional costs to the community that will be bared together will increase in other areas. We as an agency do provide transportation, and we can see that burden of cost rising as well. I ask you to consider the real impact of your decisions and how they impact people who already face significant barriers every day. Public transportation is not simply about moving people
Wrap up.
from one place to another, but for our individuals with IDD, it represents access to employment, independence, dignity, and full participation in community life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina. Mr. Kroll, the other 3 speakers.
Yes, at this time we have 2 remaining speakers. Jack Rosenthal.
Jack, please state your full name, and you're good to go.
Good evening, directors. This is Jack Rosenthal. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak tonight. First, I wanted to support the September service changes we have on the schedule. A lot of work was put into those, and I see that, Route AL on there, the new Longmont Skyride, is in there. I'm really excited for that service. We're looking at services that people are actually going to be able to use here. Second, I wanted to support entering the design phase of the N line with Adams County. I know that Coco's on the table first, and Coco's really exciting, but we need to get all of our fast tracks commitments done eventually, and the N line is next. Now is the time that we get the ball rolling on the N line. I also wanted to support the special event service that we have also on the table tonight. While Broncos Ride may not be possible to happen this year anymore, there are plenty of other opportunities to look at special event services, including stuff like New Year's Eve, and Parade of Lights Festival. And so I really think there's a way to get special event service launched prior to waiting till Broncos season next year. And finally, I know we've got the service cuts on the table. I just want to encourage each and every one of you to think about how we can be creative to solve the budgetary problems we've got without cutting service drastically. I can't imagine that we could pass a ballot measure in 2028 if we had dramatic service cuts beyond 5%, and that there's alternatives to cutting service so dramatically. Consider things like speeding bus routes up and reducing the schedule times, or using cutaway buses on routes that don't have that much ridership. And so if you would please consider all alternatives and open up your minds, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Mr. Cole, final speaker.
Yes, next we have Audrey DeBarros.
Hi. All right. Boulder is well represented. Audrey, please state your name for the record, and you've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair O'Keefe and General Manager Johnson. This is Audrey DeBarros, Executive Director of Commuting Solutions. On behalf of Commuting Solutions, City of Lafayette, City of Louisville, and the Town of Superior, thank you so much for staff's recommendation to rescind the proposed elimination of Route 228 as part of the September 2026 service change package. We also appreciate the support of the OSS committee for this recommendation at the July 15th meeting. We sincerely appreciate RTD's willingness to evaluate Route 228 through established planning processes and in coordination with local partners. We understand that Route 228 will be evaluated alongside all other RTD services as part of the upcoming comprehensive operational analysis, as well as the 2027 budget considerations. In the meantime, we are working in partnership with RTD staff to consider modifications to the route alignment to potentially serve activity centers in new ways, as well as implementing a coordinated plan to grow ridership. It is our commitment to partner with RTD as the board and staff contemplate the 2027 budget deficit. We recognize the difficult decisions ahead and appreciate the board's willingness to work collaboratively with local communities to evaluate service investments. And we remain committed to helping advance strategies that balance fiscal responsibility with mobility, economic, and equity needs of the residents we collectively serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Audrey. Is there anybody in the room that did not sign up that would like to speak? Please approach the podium. We'll go with Keith first, and state your name, and you have 2 minutes, Keith.
Hi, I'm Keith. I'd say I'm going to be blunt, but then again, when am I not? As I see it, the board has two logically self-consistent paths it can go down. One, you can say that in 2028, RTD will fly or crash and burn. And in the meantime, RTD's in so much debt. What's another 100 million? It's not your credit score anyway. Don't cut service. Go with special event service. Give money to Northwest Rail. Give money to the N Line. Fine. I mean, again, it's not my credit score either. The other option is to be frugal. Don't give any money to any of those niceties. As important as they are, again, they're in addition to what we already have. And then also make cuts to service. But I have been in this room for enough years at this point that the cynic in me says that there will be a vote to cut service and to give money to these niceties, which is just directly robbing Peter to pay Paul. For the last 2 months, I've been putting most of my advocacy effort into finding efficiencies in bus operations, crawling over spreadsheets. I know, poor me, it's almost as if I love it. But I have found about $15 million worth so far, and I've communicated this to several directors, but I'm hesitant to pass it on to everyone, because efficiencies should be used as an opportunity to be frugal, not carte blanche to spend money however you feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. And I think I saw Gabriel Cervantes, is a member of our CAC. If you can approach the podium, say your name, and use your 2 minutes.
Unfortunate. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for having me tonight. First and foremost, I'll try and go fast. My name is Gabriel Cervantes. I am the Democratic nominee for Colorado State House District 31, which covers 2 of the 3 end-line stops in Thornton. I'm also on the Citizens Advisory Board representing District K. I'm here tonight to ask you to continue moving forward with the completion of the end-line in cooperation with Adams County. For more than 20 years, my friends, my neighbors, and my community across the North Metro have paid into RTD through Fast Tracks with the promise that transit will come to serve us. My young adulthood swirled around this mythical train that one could hop on and get to Denver in less than 30 minutes without a car. And in that time, since its first bell, the N-Line has already demonstrated the value of connecting our communities to the rest of the region, with the most feedback about it being that it doesn't run enough or doesn't run late enough. It's only right that we continue to complete the N-Line to continue or to connect the rest of our community and continue building on that success. For families across ADCO and Thornton, reliable transit means people don't have to rely on cars for work. They can continue their education from the Arary campus to DU all the way from Thornton, and they can go out for a fun night in Denver without the headache or danger of driving back, and countless other opportunities. But perhaps most importantly, this is about trust. Our communities need to know that when government makes a commitment to serving community, government lives up to it. Completing the N-Line would send a powerful message that RTD is committed to Adams County and that once again, promises made can be promises kept. It's important to acknowledge that we shouldn't pit one community against one another. We can support both the N-Line and the B-Line because both are needed, both were promised, both matter, and both deserve to serve the communities that have been paying into them for decades. I'm asking you to continue the work necessary to complete the vision for the N-Line and ensure that all Thorntonites and Thorntonians alike will be part of that vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriel. Is there anybody else wishing to be recognized in the audience? Seeing none, Mr. Kroll, were there any email comments received?
Yes, we had several. Alex Burnett, Christopher Gregory both wrote in regarding the budget, and there was a letter from the North Area Transit Alliance regarding the budget as well. As a reminder to all directors, your rtd.directors email address is accessible to all of you, and you receive frequent public communication through that channel.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. With no other participants in the queue, we will close out public participation. There is no external entities report, but there is a recommended action that falls under that category. As mentioned earlier, we're going to move this up in the agenda. And it is for the Adams County Agreement for the N-Line Design Project Development. Authorize the general manager and CEO or her designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Adams County for additional preliminary design and project development work to inform future phases needed to complete the N-Line and provide a precise cost for the amount not to exceed $12 million, resulting in a reduction of the Fast Tracks internal savings account net position. May I please have a motion?
Second.
Whitmore is the mover, Bouquet is the second. Deputy CEO Angel Pena is going to lead our presentation, and I will note that we have members of the Adams County Commission and there's a bad executive leadership, I think, can't see while they're getting ready. So any comments or questions, we have them available once we get through this. Mr. Pena, the floor is yours.
Good evening, directors. I'm Angel Pena, Deputy CEO, and I'm here tonight to speak about delivery, accountability, and advancing the N-Line extension. I have delivered major rail programs for transit agencies in other cities, so I know what it takes to move a project from concept to revenue service. And that starts with setting a clean, accurate baseline before spending major capital. So the good news is that RTD has already secured major milestones on this corridor, starting for purchasing the operating right away in 2009, and you see that here on the screen, and opening revenue service to 124th and East Lake in 2020. Now, the work starts today, and to advance the rest of the line. And the corridor profile on your right shows the scope. The existing N line serves as 1.2 million annual boardings across 13 track miles, 7 stations, and 5 park and rides. This 6-mile extension completes the corridor, adding 2 more new stations and 144th and 162nd Avenues, and 2 park and rides and over 1,500 daily boardings. So we do have the foundation, but we must update our technical, environmental, and operating baselines. In 2010, staff completed an initial 30% design. In 2020, we built and opened the first segment. And recently, Senate Bill 230 established dedicated clean transit funding. The Clean Transit Enterprise Board committed funding to complete the N line, provided we demonstrate significant progress within 1 year. So we cannot build a 2026 project on 2010 assumptions. 16 years have passed. Safety regulations, technology, corridor growth, and costs have changed. So updating the design now is financially necessary to ensure this extension is buildable and fundable. So why funding is needed now, design packages and partner roles, is because we need this $10 million dedicated today to create our formal local commitment. Major external grants require committed local matching funds, and grants operate on a reimbursement basis. So dedicating these funds fulfills the state's 1 year's progress requirement and locks in state support. So our goal is to maximize grants and limit FISA commitments. Kiernan Maleski, Director of Long Range Planning, is actively coordinating with CTE leadership to understand the SB 230 rail program and make sure we're ready to request funds for this project when needed. And he also is considering opportunities for other grants to support project development and construction. Also, Lauren Selly, Director of Real Estate, has already toured the corridor and engaged directly with local partners to assess property impacts, capture transit-oriented development opportunities early as well. Under Chief Engineer Josna Wishwikarma, we will be immediately deploying, if this gets approved, existing on-call contracts that we already have to execute targeted work orders. So if we start right away by defining owner requirements, updating design criteria, and refreshing system assessments, simultaneously, we also can be deploying boots on the ground for core engineering, such as surveying, utilities, drainage, track, and civil work. So additional work orders will cover these environmental clearances and also traction power modeling, positive tree control integration, and site planning. So every work order provides a scope certainly and risk control within our $10 million cap. So in closing, the work starts now. Tonight, action gives us the funding commitment required to advance design, meet state mandates, and compete for construction funds. Our partnership with Adams County is critical to our success for this quarter. They will participate in project development in several ways, including coordination on policy issues and public engagement. So they're here also with us today to share their full commitment and also to share their role on their project. And so I'm also turning it over to them to discuss, if they want to, their $2 million engagement agreement for their coalition support. And followed by that, I would like also to allow our CFO, Kelly Mackey, talk about on the FISA considerations. So some of the board members were asking recently. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adams County if they want to have any few words. Before
Chair
I follow to.
Malika, do you have anything you'd like to add, please join us. Dramatic effect.
I know, very traumatic. All right, hi everybody. My name is Julie Duran Mullica, Adams County Commissioner. Hi, Joyce. How you doing? So we've been here several times before you, talking about this project. Your staff did a great presentation. Thank you all for your hard work on this, along with our staff who are in the back of the room. I'm heavily supported tonight by our county manager and our deputy county manager and our public works director. So if you have any questions, let us know. We are ready to answer them. Other than that, we fully support this proposal. We're really excited about the opportunity to continue this work, continue the end line, and really build the coalition needed to get this across the finish line. The only way you eat an apple is one bite at a time. This is the first bite with a long journey ahead of us, but we're committed to the work. We're really excited to have this partnership with you moving forward, but open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chair Malika, and thank you for your partnership as we've gone through the last few months. CFO Mackey, did you have something? Okay.
Yes, thank
Thanks.
you. Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer. So on the next slide that's going to be coming up on the screen, I'll walk the board through the agency's current and potential future commitments within the net position balance called the Fast Tracks Internal Savings Account, or FISA, and how those obligations may impact RTD's forward-looking financial position. As of May 31, 2026, the FISA balance is $192 million. RTD has committed uses underway, including Front Range Passenger Rail Marketing of $3 million and the Joint Service 90% conceptual design cost of nearly $6 million. Looking ahead, the RTD board may vote on potential future commitments that could materially impact the reserve. These include the Adams County Endline Partnership contributions of potentially $12 million and a one-time potential joint service expenditures that may be approximately $156 million. Potential joint service operations could also cost RTD approximately $11 million annually. If we assume all these potential future commitments move forward, our projected future balance would be approximately $4 million after the first year of joint service. There are a few considerations I'd like to underscore. First, these figures will continue to evolve as project scopes are refined and partnerships finalize cost assumptions. Second, each item would also reduce the cash balance and unrestricted liquidity, tightening financial flexibility. Third, several of these items may be categorized as non-operating expenses, which could require budget adjustments or additional appropriations. And fourth, rating agencies continue to emphasize liquidity, debt levels, and ongoing expenditure commitments in their assessments, and additional encumbrances could influence RTD's cost of borrowing and financing. And finally, these projections do not reflect potential changes in grant allocations or partner contributions. While the FISA reserve currently provides meaningful support for key initiatives, future obligations have the potential to significantly limit the remaining balance. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO Mackey. We will open it up to directors for questions or comments on the motion in front of us. Director Rusha.
Thank you. My question, I suppose, is for staff or our guests, whomever is best equipped to answer it. I am a little bit confused at the, well, first, is it 12 million request tonight or is it 10 million? It's my first, I think I've heard both. And then can someone please elaborate a little bit more on that eventual $55 million request? I was a bit surprised when I saw that in the packet from the Adams County Commissioners. And when you elaborate, could we also get some clarification on when the disbursement of these funds is expected? Like, is this something that, you know, the board would be committing to next year, the rest of the 55 million? Is it over 2 years or 3 years? Just a better sense of the timeline and when these funds would leave our cash balance. Thank you.
Chair Malika or Deputy CEO Pena.
Yes, so the ask is at 12 million. You heard me talking about the 10 million refers to the project development phase. That's what it will take before we can even advance the full design. This will if this gets approved, it will take a year. So we're talking about 12 months to get us to the finish line of the project development phase. And I believe the 2 million, and Adams County Representative can also talk about it, refers to the support that requires them to build a coalition and support through the project development phase.
Yes, and happy to elaborate on the coalition. So the 2 million is specific for coalition building. The purpose of the coalition is to combine the local municipalities with the county to help not only look at guiding the development phase, but pulling ourselves and resources together to talk about what does construction costs look like. So RTD doesn't have enough money to pay for the construction of this project. So what we're trying to do is pull together a group of people to talk about what does that look like from a local governance standpoint, and how do we pull our resources, what tools do we have available for us to kind of tackle that construction delta, if you will, that big gap that we need to fill. So without, we could do all of the plan in the project, and that's what the 55 million end is. But without construction costs, we're still going to be stuck at that piece. So the coalition is set to try and figure out the construction cost puzzle that we still need to finish in this project.
Thank you, Chair Malika. Yeah, go ahead, Director Ruscha.
I heard you, although I'm not sure I fully understand, because I still don't understand, like, I personally don't know if this is a $55 million project, but that's the question before us. It's not really 12 million or 10 million, it's 55 million. I don't understand when RTD is expected to let go of $55 million. Like, this board is also considering, budgeting in our next 5 years. So, and it's possible I just missed the answer. And so if we could take another stab at it, I would appreciate it, and just explain like I am, yeah.
Yeah, so I think if you see it from the timeline perspective, Director Ruscha, we're talking about the first phase is that 10 million project development phase that it will take a year. One of this really important, the 55 is just an estimate, okay? Because there's a lot of work that we have to do in collaboration with Adams County through the project development phase to see what is the land acquisition looks like, what do we need to do from the standpoint of escalating the cost, see what it is, right? So that was just an estimate that it will be refined once we develop once we go through the project development phase, that it will give us a clear roadmap of what are the estimates to finalize the design. I think the idea was that 55 million. It was an estimate what it will take to finalize a full design 100%. Deploying the project development phase first, 10 million plus the 2 million will help get us a better estimates. By the end of that, we will have a better clarity what that looks like for the remaining of the design phase. Does that make sense?
I heard what you said. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Still not hearing a year by which the money leaves, you know what I mean, is fully encumbered. That being said, I do have, and the board has this in their box. I think you also have a copy, Mr. Pena. There is a proposed amendment that I'm going to offer that would require the parties. There are two. One requires the parties to go to CTE first, and so I would like to know if that's something you guys have already done. Before RTD signs off on the say $12 million. And then the second was just a request that the respective parties come back with the IGA so that the board could review it before it signs off on something that hasn't been drafted yet. That would follow the joint service model. If you guys remember, we had several meetings and we were able to dialogue with council before we could sign off on that. So I hate to put you on the spot, but I think both of you are aware of these amendments. Do you have any feedback on either of those two governments?
I'm happy to speak to
Chair
that.
Malika, if you can take this question, we're going to go to Director Banker.
All right,
next,
thank
too.
you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I have been in front of the CTE board already. I met with them a couple months ago now to talk about how are we going to be able to utilize that Senate Bill 230 dollars. They passed a resolution 2 months ago, I believe, that pretty much put a 1-year time clock on the end line, on that portion of the 230 money going to the end line to say essentially, hey, we need to see significant progress on the end line before we address any type of money leaving CTE. So without action, CTE isn't planning on moving forward. So it's kind of, I'm not entirely sure where communication between RTD and CTE is. I'm going to have to refer that back to your staff. And so, but at least from our perspective, they know about this project, they know about the work that we want to try and do. It's really between RTD and CTE and how you guys want to manage that relationship, because that money can't come directly to Adams County. It has to go to you.
Thank you, Chair Mullica. Director Banker, GM CEO Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the recognition. Following up on Commissioner Mullica's comments, I want to ensure that everybody is aware that I personally, as well as members of my team, have been engaging with CTE, and to the points that Commissioner Mullica made are on point relative to the significant progress. As you may be aware, I did coordinate with the director of CTE in reference to that May 2026 resolution that was passed, and quite naturally following up on DCO Pena's comments, we have to ensure that we develop a project and do the initial work in order to move this project forward. So for all intents and purposes, this is necessary in order to reap the benefits of the allocation as specified in SB 230. Thank you.
Treasurer Banker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to give everyone else a chance to go through here.
It is basically a quick question. I know there have been recent conversations with the director, Craig Seacrest, and I know I've been part of a lot of emails going back and forth. So I'm going to ask Mr. Pena and Mr. Moletsky if you could update us on the most recent information and what Craig Seacrest has told us in terms of paying a share of this particular request that's before us right now.
Thank you, Director Banker. I do want to echo what GM CEO Johnson said, which is that, as she mentioned, we've been in a lot of conversations with them, and as both she and Director Mullica said, we have we know that they are seeking, we must make a commitment of our funds to match against their funds. That is a requirement of the legislation. So making this commitment enables us to advance those conversations with them. So there's a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation where we need to be able to show the commitment we have in order to make the request of them, but certainly the conversations we've had with them indicate their willingness to participate in this, and we are absolutely eager to take whatever the conclusion is of tonight's conversation and bring that to the CTE board to request funding.
Okay, so is it correct? My understanding is they were willing to commit $5 million this year if we move forward, $10 million next year. Is that correct, or is that not for?
I don't want to commit CTE to its funding, but our understanding is that in terms of just the money they've collected against the SB 230 programs, that those are the amounts, yes. So $5 million in 2026 and $10 million in 2027 that we do expect to be able to leverage on perhaps not that exact timeline, but that we expect to be able to leverage at some point.
Director Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CFO Mackey, I believe this would go to you. What, if any, of this work would be capitalizable in terms of budgeting if we're doing environmental evaluations, planning, engineering, all of that work that needs to be done with this development? Is there some portion of it that would be put into, that would be capitalizable for RTD?
Yeah, at this point, I haven't seen the terms of any agreements, and so it would be too soon for me to be able to tell you if we would be able to capitalize any, or if we would have to expense it potentially as non-operating expense.
Okay. Given that this is commuter rail, I'm not sure who this goes to, but not light rail, we're dealing with FRA, and the legislation has been introduced in the House currently, not likely to pass right now, but sorry, it is called the BUILD Act, an acronym for much larger situation going on in Congress right now. But this would fall under the purview of FRA, potentially FRA funding, if there's any left at the end of that decision. Have we looked at any sources of funding from the federal level to complete this? Do we know if there are any funding levels left? And I see Deborah's hand shot up because I know this one's going to her. Thank you.
GM CEO Johnson, would you like to address that?
Yes, thank you very kindly. So currently, as it relates to the federal government's discretionary programs, there are no funding sources identified for commuter rail. There are funding sources as outlined relative to intercity passenger rail or passenger rail dollars. So keeping in mind where we currently sit, we assess various notice of funding opportunities on a recurring basis. Mr. Molesky and his team do that in conjunction with our government relations officer. So what you referenced, Director Guzman, relative to where we currently sit and what is happening at the federal level, there are no identifiable operating costs, capital costs as it relates to commuter rail that we would be in position for at this time.
Thank you, GMCO Johnson. Director Guzman, you had a follow-up?
One last thing, and this is my comment. I am in support of this. We have been forced into a situation where we are expected, and our head got cut off at the same time by the legislature to commit funds because of what somebody outside of this agency wanted without understanding the nuance and the need that we have to keep our current system running. But these are promises that are overdue, and we need to work together. I'm going to restate this, as I have said every time you've come before us, Commissioner Mullica and the commissioners from Adams County as well. You have come in partnership. You have not come whining, crying, or kvetching, for lack of a better term, about the fact that this has been unfulfilled. With only 2 stops left, this is the most feasible, lowest hanging fruit, except for a 0.9-mile section of rail that's incomplete in Denver, outside of the city and county of Denver. And even though I represent a tiny portion of the city and county of Denver, these trains connect our downtown corridor with Adams County in a way that allows people to go to hospitals, to shopping, to visit family members, to get to school, for your students in Adams County to attend Metro University, the University of Denver, University of Colorado at Denver, to be able to get to any of our universities in the south end of the city. And so I am in favor of this. I do want to follow up with what is capitalizable about this when we get to that point. But I do expect, please, for the staff to be able to work hand in hand with our commissioners in Adams County to be able to move this forward. And frankly, everybody thinks they have a claim on the FISA account, which is RTD's money. Hi, board, I'm talking to us. We are the ones in charge of it. We are the fiduciaries responsible for it, and we have to make a wise decision about how to spend it. It needs to get spent, but once it's spent, it's gone. And it's not getting refilled any faster. We don't have any other way to do it, and we still have outstanding debts that we need to deal with later on tonight. We've got some things that we have to take action on. But for this, you have my full support, and I will be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Secretary Nicholson.
Thank you very much. This is a fantastic project, and your staff and you have done a really excellent job in a very short period of time, bringing this to a point where it should be an easy yes for every single person on this board. So first off, thank you for that. It's really fantastic. I have one question that's come up in conversations with constituents, and then one quick comment. The end of the line, as it's currently or for a long time been sort of imagined, would be a little bit after State Route 7. And I'm wondering how, and again, we're well in advance, but I'm kind of curious where the head is at of the people in Adams County and you folks. How is it imagined that there'll be a connection between the end line and the BRT that will be up and running, hopefully by the time that this is put into place? And then I'll ask that question, then I have a very quick comment.
Yeah.
Chair Mullica, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So for us, it is something that we'll need to solve. The BRT is not active right now. It's going to be starting in January, I believe. It got pushed back too. But we're very excited about it because it connects Boulder all the way to Brighton. There's going to be lots of activity in there. Once the end line is built, it'll be not to mention, we also have the transportation hub on Highway 7. I mean, this is just a mecca of transportation options, and there's going to be a lot of work that we need to do on Highway 7 to accommodate that, including some type of shuttle system or some type of connectivity between the hub and the line and a BRT stop. So there's multiple things happening on that corridor right now. None of it has started today. But when everything is completed and coming online, yes, we are definitely going to be looking at trying to figure out how do we make connectivity work between all of these, because they all don't sit in a beautiful, in its own structure right now, but we're going to work with what we got, and we're going to make it work for the community.
Thank you. Follow up?
Thank you. And then just very quickly, I would just say that, you know, there are a lot of great things you can get in downtown Denver, but the only way to get the best cinnamon rolls in all of Colorado that I've ever had is up at Lisa Ann's at the very end of the end line. So if there's that much good food up at 124th and Eastlake, I can only imagine what we're going to get once this line is finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Whitmore, I think you are up.
Well, you all know how I feel about this situation, so I'll be brief. But to some of our commenters, some that are here and some that have left, now is the time. Now is the time. We have a successful system, but it's under capacity. We need 20-minute headways. We're not going to get it by wishing for it. So we need to do what we can to make this a robust system that will be utilized by non-RTD constituents, perhaps as much as RTD constituents. When you look at the population boom in South Weld County, our neighbors, when you look at what's happening at Erie and across I-25, people will cross I-25 to get to the end line at Highway 7 or at Eastlake or at 144th, like they do now at 104th or in North Glen. So we've got a good thing going. Let's not ignore it. We've had promises made to very many corridors. This is one. Unfortunately, it's one. But I appreciate the spirit of cooperation for those of you that don't live in Adams County. I appreciate Adams County's leadership. And I feel a little embarrassed. We've got the senior executives back there, plus Steve, their bodyguard. Oh, he's also a commissioner. And I know they would like to say something, but we don't want to lengthen the meeting. But look at the commitment here, folks. Look at the commitment. And we have letters from every municipality, including Brighton, which is quite a ways away from the end line. But obviously, Commerce City, North Glen, Thornton. So let's move ahead. We can make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whitmore. I'm going to recognize myself for just a second. CFO Mackey or Deputy CEO Pena, can you please remind me what the projected costs all in for design and construction were for completing the end line? From finishing fast tracks or any other source? Thank you, Joseph.
I'm going to let Josna Wishwal-Karma, Chief Engineer, to refer us to
Thank you. If you can put the power on there.
I believe we had projected it around 400 million last.
Thank you. So that $400 million is an obligation that RTD put on itself when we went and asked for a 2/3 increase in our tax rate. And we took that obligation solely on ourselves. What I like about this is we are engaging people who are going to help us balance that out and find other funding sources. So I don't think this is, spending incremental money to buy a project. It's people coming in to help us with a promise that we made with additional revenue that they're going to bring to the table. So I think it's really important for us to look at it as our obligation isn't 12 million or 55 million. It's 400 million right now. And anything we can do to soften that is certainly something I'm interested in doing, particularly something that has ridership numbers that are incredible and the best advertising for transit in our metropolitan area, which is I-25 at rush hour. Anybody else for a quick comment, and we'll take some amendments. I know Director Rouge has some, and maybe Director Banker. Oh, you're going to do your amendment. Any other comments? Okay, we'll come to the amendments now. I know you've got two, is that right? Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Yep, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have two amendments. We'll obviously do them in order. This one, first one will be regarding the CTE funding. So I'll go ahead and make the motion. If it's okay, I'll just explain it.
Yep.
Thanks. All right, so I move to amend the recommended action by inserting the words after the $12 million, contingent upon RTD first seeking funding from the Colorado Clean Transit Enterprise and receiving a written denial, if I may explain.
Does.
Thank you. Thank you. So I did pull up the CTE
Do
resolution.
you, can I get a, I have to get a second on it before, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Director Chandler. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So I did pull up CTE Resolution 003. Doesn't specifically say we have to front money to get a match. I also recognize that we have other experts in the room far exceed my knowledge that have hinted that might be the case. But just recognizing that we are in a severe budget crisis, and I never want to leave money on the table, especially if somebody might be willing to write us a check. This just asks RTD to, get a written denial of those dollars before we front the dollars. It does not say no to the funds. It doesn't say no to the end line. My original motion as drafted that you guys saw had actually reduced it from 12 to 6 million, but the motion I just made is actually still keeps the 12 million in place. It just says please check with CTE before we've all decided that they're not going to award us those funds. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call this Risha CTE amendment cleverly. Any other comment on the amendment? Yeah, please.
So Director Risha, is the language just asking to check with them to see, or?
If I may?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
It says seeking funding from the CTE and then receiving a written denial. So if we seek whatever that process is, I trust staff, and if CTE says no, then we go ahead and dispense the funds.
Okay.
What would be the timeline with that?
I think we could leave it to staff to figure it out. I trust them.
Okay.
Staff, do you have?
I mean, if Mr. Pena, if that.
So the way we have the project development phase structure for being very conscious and carefully how we're spending money is on several task orders. So if we go with this approach, I'm just speaking from when the money is needed, right, to execute the work and stay as in the 12-month commitment that I just gave to you guys. We can initiate, we don't need the 10 million right away this year. However, we can initiate some of those funds and start this going, but in January, we need the remaining funds in order to continue with the schedule that I just provided for finishing the project development phase in 1 year.
Thank you, Deputy CEO Pena. Oh, I'm sorry.
If clarification then.
Yeah, please,
So
Director Chandler.
a proposed amendment is to adding the words contingent upon RTD in Adams County first seeking funding from the Colorado Clean Transit Enterprise and receive a written denial. And that will be put in to the end of the original amendment.
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Secretary Nicholson.
Thank you. What would be the impact in terms of timing, in terms of the delay to the project, if this were to pass, this amendment?
Probably Deputy CEO Pena.
Well, yeah, definitely it will impact because based on what I'm hearing is we will be relying on that reimbursements in order to progress the task orders. I don't think our CEO will allow me to execute a task order without money behind it to be able to execute the work. So I think that definitely will have some, depending on what that gets denied or not and reimbursed, it will definitely have an impact on the schedule of the design, the project development phase. And Karen.
Just to add briefly to that, I would expect CTE to generate that denial in the form of action by its board. So I would expect that would take, the board cycle about a month to get that done. So just as an answer to your question.
Thank you. Any other, Director Ruscha? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions and thank you for that feedback. So just by way of context for those who didn't listen in, with communications between the board and also like during executive, it was suggested, if not inferred, that there was a high likelihood we would get reimbursed from CTE, and that seems to have changed since Thursday, at least my understanding. And so if there is a way we could put an amendment forth that says, staff, please make sure you checked that box before you spend, our dollars, especially, given that we are cutting services and laying off staff right now. That's all I'm trying to do. And so I don't know if I can phone a friend and maybe Mr. Kroll can help, or we just move forward and trust that, staff gets what we're trying to put across. Like, it's not intended to delay, and I wouldn't even suggest that we have to have the funds in hand. Like, it can, does that make sense? Like, that's all I'm asking. And if we weren't in a budget crisis, I wouldn't even be offering this amendment over $12 million at all.
Thank you, Director Ruscha. Let's move to a vote on this. I'm going to just go on a wild guess and say we need a recorded vote. So this is the Ruscha CTE amendment. Director Akiri,
No.
Director Banker,
No.
Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Busick. Oh, sorry. Jeez, these are
That's me.
shows. Director Downey.
Thank you very much. It's a no.
See, it's right here, and I'm a very simple person, so I just read the names that are on there. And that was a no or yes? I'm sorry. No. No. Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Gutschenritter,
No.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
No.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Regrettably, no.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Ruscha. Yes. Shock. Director Whitmore.
No.
And I am a no. That is 3 yeses and 12 noes. The Ruscha CTE amendment fails. Your second one.
Thanks. All right. Hopefully I won't be 0 for 2. So the second proposal here is to amend to require that the IGA, just language, comes back to the board for approval. So I move to amend the recommended action to require that the intergovernmental agreement language return to the board for approval.
Second.
Second, Guzman. Anything else you'd like to add in description?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this does not say no to the end line. It does not hold up any dollars. It just merely says that the subsequent, IGA, one that, according to our packet, will be modeled after the joint service IGA, which took us several months to sort out, does come back to the board for approval, so that pursuant to our current policies and practice, that we review the IGA, have chance to dialogue, have chance to discuss with council before the board gives its final approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ruscha. Any commentary, Director Guzman?
Just quickly, I think it's a prudent measure. I wouldn't authorize an IGA to go forward without us being able to review it before we did that. Hopefully it won't be 8 hours before we have to make a vote on it like last time, and we'll have some time to actually read it and understand it, but I think it's just a smart move.
Thank you. Director Akiri?
Thank you. Is this IGA that you're conceiving, is it for this 10 million plus 2 million, like in the next couple months, or is it for the project after we know what the results of this one-year study are?
Director Ruscha, yeah, please.
Thank you. So the IGA is currently in the motion language. Unless I misunderstood, and Mr. Chair can correct me, that IGA is either after the fact or in addition to that $12 million. So this is just saying that instead of us saying to RTD, go ahead and execute an IGA, it says go ahead and draft the IGA with the respective parties and please bring it back to the board before it gets final authorization. It's basically, would address the how do we get the
project built, who's responsible for what, and how might, the rest of the 55 million get divvied up.
Okay.
And maybe Mr. Chair can explain that better than I did.
No, you did fine.
Well, I hear urgency from Deputy CEO Pena that we really want to get this done in a year, and I definitely don't want to be in a situation where we got a study that's done and then it's wasted because years go by and nothing happens. So I'm concerned if this IGA process would slow things down. Can we not move forward until we have an IGA, or can we move forward and be working on an IGA?
I think Counselor is going to give us a very good answer on that.
Yes, thank you. And as I'm understanding the amendment, the action would still go forward if this amendment were to pass. The board is still appropriating funds to move forward. And so as Deputy CEO Pena explained, we actually have an on-call design contract in place. And so the design work could go forward because the board would be appropriating the funding. It's just that the intergovernmental agreement that's going to set forth the principles of cooperation between our two governmental entities, that would come back for the board to approve.
Thank you.
And that would be in September, given the board's break in August.
Thanks, G.C. Snyder. I've got Director Banker and then Director Nicholson.
Real quick, I think this is a great idea. I'm going to support this. I see that this includes the board into our conversation with the county and the cities, so I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Nicholson.
Very quick procedural question for GC Snyder. How soon do we expect the IGA to be ready to be able to be signed? And, would that be sometime in the middle of August? Would that be sometime in the middle of September? Because the delay there obviously impacts, I don't want you guys to be waiting on us for a month and a half, but if it's going to take 2 months anyway, and we're not going to have the thing ready until September anyway, then there's not as much of a delay, basically, between when the contract would be, when the IGA would be ready and when we'd be voting on it. So that's my question.
G.C. Snyder.
Yes, thank you for the question. So to clarify again, as I said, if the board were to adopt or approve this motion, you would be appropriating the funds, right, the $12 million. So that would allow Deputy CEO Pena's design work to go forward under an on-call design contract. That could start, sort of as soon as our procurement process to get that work order issued. And then the board would then take under advisement and take action on the IGA itself in September. But it wouldn't delay the work getting started, I should say.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Sorry. How long do you think it will take to draft the IGA, to get it to the point that, if we didn't approve this, how soon do you think it would be executed?
G.C. Snyder.
I think that the IGA can take, a week or two to draft. Of course, I'm already in conversations with the county attorney for Adams County, so I don't want you to think that that's the holdup at all. That's fairly simple.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? So is there going to be a no vote from anybody on this? Okay, we're going to take this as a unanimous vote, shockingly. I don't have a lot of those.
Bravo, Director Ruscha.
I'm saying just for you. I'm saying in general. I don't know what to do with this. Okay, so I know Treasurer Banker has an amendment. We are coming up against our cart limitation. Is anybody else going to have an amendment tonight? Okay, so if we can do this. You guys agreed. Don't ask the follow-up. Treasurer Banker, please go forward, and
Okay,
hopefully we can
thank you.
get to.
Yes, I think this is pretty non-controversial. Of course, you never know. So here's the recommended amendment. I move to add the recommended action to the following. Add to the recommended action. RTD staff intends to pursue grant funding from the Clean Transit Enterprise to support the necessary design work. Grant funds received from the Clean Transit Enterprise to support the design will be credited to the Fast Track's internal savings account. All this says is when we get reimbursed by CTE, those dollars will go back into FISA. That's it.
That's the motion. Do I have a second? Second Bouquet, and discussion, Director Guzman, I saw your hand.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to understand that. Why would we do that? And if the CTE money is given to this, we're gonna put it back into the account that we're pulling from instead of just paying the bill? Like, that grant money should be given to the project that it's going for, right? Not returned to do something else. It needs to be utilized
No,
for the project.
Excuse me, of course, it would go back to the project, but it would be a reimbursement. So we would start with the motion that we've got before us right now to move forward and start the design. We are then going to be going to CTE asking for reimbursement. Any dollars that we get from CTE should go back to FISA, and we, as a board, can reappropriate to the end line when it comes up. I don't want the dollars to go back into our general fund. That's the point.
Thank you, Director Baker. Secretary Nicholson?
Very quick question for CFO Mackey. What would be the impact of this?
So the funds that we would receive from CTE, that would be credited to the net position balance of FISA instead of to the unrestricted reserve, in theory. We would still have, cash coming in from them that would be spent on the project, but in terms of net position, that would increase the net position available in the Fast Track's internal savings account.
Thank you, CFO Mackey. Any other questions, Director Rusha?
Thank you. With all due respect, I think we just voted to say that we were not going to ask for funds from CTE. But I could, no.
It's just saying it's going to just go back into.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying my amendment failed, and that was to say, go ask CTE for money. But this amendment assumes that anyway. I actually think that we need to spend down this FISA and be done with it, if that's what we're going to do. Like, make no mistake, every time we say we're pulling from the FISA, we are pulling from the same pot of cash that we are drawing from in emergency, operations needs. I also think that this board is going to vote to appropriate funds for rail projects that we cannot afford. So I'm actually going to be in support of this amendment, because if we don't, I think that's just going to come out of bus later, which I would like to protect.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Are there going to be any no's to this? Okay, I figured. I got my one for the century. So this is the Banker Amendment on replacement of future CTE money dedicated to the inline to the FISA account. Director Akiri?
Yes.
Director Banker?
Yes.
Director Bouquet?
Yes.
Director Busick? Oh, God.
And this is what you're doing on purpose, right?
It's been a long life. Director Downing?
I'm going to say no. Okay.
Thank you. Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Gutierrez?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Harwick?
Yes.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
No.
Director Pagliari?
Yes.
Director Rusha?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, may I just ask for a point of clarification? The way that you recapped the amendment is a little bit different than how Treasurer Banker introduced it. Does the money, like all money related to the end line, go into the FISA, or is it just for design? Just for design?
This is,
That the amendment?
would be whatever purpose they tell us we have to use it for, I would imagine.
Wait, there's two different things. The design.
Design,
Okay,
yeah,
this is design
yeah.
limited, then I am a yes. Thank you.
Okay. Director Whitmore?
In the spirit of confusion, I have to vote no.
And I'm a yes, also a little confused. The motion passes with 8 yeses and 6 nos. Are there any other amendments?
That doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry. what did
I think it's 9 yeses.
9 yes, thank you. Yeah, it was like, are there any other amendments? Okay, we are on to the main motion. I'm going to go ahead and take a roll call vote for the record. Director Curie. This is to provide money to start the project development for the end line. It's appropriation of funds. Main motion.
Yes.
Director Banker.
Yes.
Director Bouquet.
Yes.
Director Downing. I'm going to just throw these away. Director Downing.
Yes.
She's just, I'm sure, blown away by my professionalism on our first night. Director Chandler.
No.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Gutschenritter.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson.
No.
Director Nicholson.
To Adams County and beyond. Yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Ruscia.
Regretfully, no.
And Director Whitmore.
Yes.
And I am a yes, doing math appropriately this time. I have 12 yeses and 3 noes. The motion passes. Thank you very much, Adams County, for attending tonight. We are going to take a cart break and return at 7:55 p.m. Thank you.
Good.
God, if I have to, I mean, it shows how robotic I am, just going down. I love my sheets.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, he's not gonna get this. God bless. I mean, every time I
How
start,
many do we have? How many more do we have? How many more votes?
not that, I mean,
You
well,
got
we've
4
got a
right now.
lot.
I think it's
Yeah.
like 7.
Yeah, there could be a lot.
I'm gonna just keep on going.
You should probably just take care of it for him.
I am. No, I'm 100% just like, that's a good vice chair right here.
Exactly.
This was a $12 million appropriation, $2 million to like set up the plan, and $10 million to actually begin the plan. The full cost of the plan is expected to be about $55 million, but we're going to decide later on how much that would take. But right now, we're just going to no construction. Again, about $55 million is what it's going to cost to finish all the designing and get to construction. So this is the start of the planning. First portion. And also just establishing a framework for RTD, working together in partnership with Adams County and other municipalities to plan a some kind of
I know. It's been a while. Yeah, I haven't been home since I was.
I do, yes.
Tell that to Joyce?
Yes.
Coming fast. All right. Well, I'm almost 65.
I hear you, man. It was good meeting you.
Well, you won't need it much. What is it about that? Sure.
First one was the Delta and you think now we've got the end line rolling and the final line, the Washington competition in that district. I'm not complaining. I'll take the credit. You'll find out. We hear you loud. No. Oh, yes. Don't be nervous around that. You've heard us. Welcome to the fun. But it's
Did I ever tell you about that one time I got a 172 on my LSAT? I can't wait to leave this board.
When you guys are ready, you'd let me know. I'll get them to, you ready? Well, my surest way to get them back here is to start. Yep. All right, folks, we are going to start on the next step of what is probably going to be a very long evening. So if everyone can find their seats, for the record, you got an extra minute for the Taskmaster. Okay, so as I noted earlier, the committee chairs are okay with submitting a report, and I'd like to move on to the approval of minutes. They were included in the board packet. Are there any corrections from the board for the minutes to be approved this evening? Okay. Unless there's objective to considering all the minutes at the same time, may I please have a motion to approve the minutes for the following meetings? June 22nd, Performance Committee. June 23rd, Board of Directors Regular Monthly Board Meeting. June 14th, Finance and Planning Committee. July 15th, Operations Safety and Security Committee. July 23rd, Executive Committee. And is that, let me just look here. And that is it. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Ruscia, mover, and Nicholson, the second.
Did you?
Are there going to be any, is anybody opposed? Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've noticed in our meeting minutes that we've moved away from saying who voted for what. It'll say something like so-and-so, Chair so-and-so declared the motion passed or failed. And I just wanted to flag that for staff's consideration, because now I find when I'm looking at our meeting minutes or previous meetings, I have to go deep into a transcript to get details where they used to be readily available. And I just think in the spirit of keeping minutes, it would do us well to go back to saying, who made what motion. And Ms. Parrish has her hand up.
Ms. Parrish.
So I worked on all the minutes. There was a section that didn't have a mover or a second. It was just by acclamation. So can you explain where we're missing the votes in other minutes?
Yeah, please, Director Ruscia.
This was a general commentary on packet. Like, I went back to a couple of months. So I'm fine with approving these minutes as is. I just I couldn't make it to executive to bring it up. So I thought this was appropriate at the time. It was just a comment.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Anybody in opposition? Okay. Seeing none. That is 15-0. They're approved. There is no chair's report tonight. In the spirit of no reports, GM CEO Johnson, do you have anything that you'd like to highlight for us, or would you prefer to also offer your report in writing?
Mr. Chair, I will abide by your recommendation to offer a written report considering all the pertinent matters we have before us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so on the unanimous consent section, we have 5 items listed under section 16, actions A through E. Those items are A, bond refunding resolution, B, September 2026 Title VI Service Equity Analysis, C, September 2026 Service Change, D, 2027 Legislative Program and Government Relations Program, and E, Salaried Trustee Appointment. If there's any director that has a change to, discussion on, or questions about the consent agenda items, please feel free to advise me right now and we'll pull it off and put it on the main action calendar.
I'd like to pull D off.
Okay, Legislative Program and Government Relations. Anybody else? Okay, all right. So, yeah, oh, sorry. Okay, so I don't have to take a vote because it's on, right? Correct, Mr. Kroll?
To pull the item off, you don't have to take a vote, but if you need to approve the unanimous consent agenda as reconstituted, being those items now listed on the screen as A through D or in your packet as A, B, C, and E, then you would need a motion for that and a second and then a vote.
Can I have a motion for the remaining consent?
I'd like to reconstitute AKA move it.
That's a motion. I have a second. Second from Director Pagliari. Anybody opposed? Which would be ironic, being that I just gave you a chance to pull it off. Okay. The unanimous consent items A, B, C, D listed on the screen are approved, and we will now turn to recommended action for the night. We have 5 items in addition to the 2 items, or the item that was just pulled off. Let me just make sure that I'm doing the right one. Okay, so we are going to do the legislative government relations program for us to adopt the 2027 Legislative and Government Affairs Program. May I please have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, and Harwick. And I will defer to First Vice Chair Harwick, who pulled it off.
I am interested in adding an amendment, so I'm gonna move.
Yep, please, you can make a motion.
It is, I move to add the following as a component of the 2027 Legislative and Government Relations Program. It's all about alternative and expanded revenue sources to pursue legislative authorization and strategic partnerships to secure new and diversified revenue streams, including the ability to receive a portion of toll monies, event-specific transportation fees, structural updates to RTD's taxing authority, and other sustainable funding mechanisms to support long-term transit operations and capital investments.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I got Nicholson as the second. Sorry, you're a little slow. All right, any discussion, further discussion, First Vice Chair Harwick? Nope, okay.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
All right, Director Banker?
Thank you. I just assume the state legislature will be reconvening, well, actually, the Joint Budget Committee starts to meet in November, right after the elections. It'd be great if we could ask our staff and our state legislative lobbyists to talk to legislators and see if there might be some ways that we could look at different revenue sources for RTD and see what they say. So it's
Thank you,
an
Treasurer Bank.
effort to move forward to find additional revenue for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Nicholson?
You can't get what you don't ask for.
Okay, First Vice Chair Harwick? Okay, Director Bouquet?
I was just going to get Mr. Davies' reaction to the amendment.
Mr. Davies?
Michael Davies, Government Relations Officer. I have no concerns with the amendment and happy to move forward with the direction from the board.
Okay. First Vice Chair Harwick?
I'll just real fast. I just want to just add. I think it's really imperative for us to understand that we're going to have a new governor in office next year. We haven't had a particularly great relationship with the current governor, and to me, this is a really great opportunity to build a better, stronger relationship with whomever that is. We know who it'll be, most likely, and this is a good opportunity for to sort of to share the very strong need that our RTD has for diversified funding. So thank you.
Director Chandler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote no because I believe that in light of the ballot measure coming up in 2028, if we continue to ask for more money and more money and more money, I'm positive that the ballot measure is going to fail. This is actually going around asking the taxpayer whether or not they're involved in this, because you're talking about fees and all of that. And you know, to kind of support Mr. Davies when he brought it before us, I don't think there's an appetite within the citizenry of Colorado for us to continue to ask for fees. So I'm going to vote no, because I believe if we're going to ask for that money in 2028, we should ask for the money in 2028.
Thank you, Director Chandler. Any other, Director Pagliari?
Thank you, Chair. This is Director Pagliari. Mr. Davies, I just want to use this opportunity to emphasize that if this amendment passes and then this resolution also passes, the structural updates to RTD's taxing authority, it would be appreciative to me and a few other board members if that could potentially include a land value tax, which is essentially a tax on parking lots, or a more equitable property tax, and just that the agency be open to more creative methods for increasing diversified revenue streams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I will just state for the record that I'm in agreement with Director Chandler. I think we're going to get a bite at the apple. I'm afraid about many bites at the apple. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote. This is the Harwick Amendment to the Government Relations Program. Director Arcuri,
Yes.
Director Benker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Downing,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Gutschenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick,
Yep.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I am a no. That is a 13-2 approval of the Harwick Amendment to the Government Relations Program. Is there anybody that's going to be opposed to the main motion for the Government Relations Program? Okay, take a vote. Okay, Director Arcuri, this is the main motion, sorry.
Yes.
Director Benker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Downing,
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, that's right. Director Gutschenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Aye.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Aye.
I'm a no. 13-2, replicated the vote. Okay, we are on to letter F, fair revenue objectives and next steps. The board directs staff to include in the 2027 budget 8 to 12 million of additional fair revenue achieved from a fare increase effective, if possible, with the May-June 2027 service changes. Staff will proceed as expeditiously as practicable with the necessary steps to initiate fare study and equity analysis to achieve the approved revenue goal utilizing minimal external resources, and report on progress at the September Finance and Planning Committee meeting. For the September board meeting cycle, staff will produce 3 options for fare modifications to achieve the targeted revenue amount. These options will be presented as part of the recommended action to the Finance and Planning Committee. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Benker? And Whitmore. Okay, Director Benker, I assume you'd like the floor?
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Kroll, could you pull up page number 443, which is the table that shows how much we're collecting from the various fares? Is that possible? Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Oh, I love, that's one of my favorite tables, by the way. Okay, so thank you. Thank you very much. 2 weeks ago, the Finance Committee reported out this measure. As you all know, we are facing a very large deficit this year and in future years. The current, just some quick numbers, which I always like. The current estimate for this year's deficit is roughly about 165 million. And that's primarily because credit to our CEO and CFO that they've been finding efficiencies and cutting a number of items in this year's budget. So as we've talked about before, we're about $70 million under the budget. And so consequently, you add those together, and that is, at this point, looking like it's going to reduce our deficit from about 228 million when we passed the budget in December to about 165 million. So that's good news. So now let's talk about the 2027 deficit. Currently, it's forecasted approximately 150 million, because one of the things that we had talked about at the Finance Committee meeting, our CFO presented a 5-year forecast, if folks were to look at it. I think it was on page 99 of our finance packet. And if you take a look at the numbers, in terms of how much revenue could be generated in '27. Take a look at the lower number of expenditures for operations. It's looking like at this point, instead of a $250 million deficit, it's closer to $150 million if what we're seeing this year carries over to next year. So I do want to thank our staff for working hard. If you recall, we've already reduced 80 positions from RTD. I know recommendations made by our CFO over the past couple of months has been to do things like reduce staff travel, have a hiring freeze, reduce some of our contracts. There are many smaller items that our CFO has been going after. Even though it might only be $1 million or $2 million, they all add up, and that's why things are starting to look a little bit better. Okay, so let's get to fares. I spent some time trying to figure out AI. I'm not very good at that. Nevertheless, I wanted to provide a little bit of fare history. So I did ask yesterday, AI, since 2000, did the RTD board make any changes to fares? And I was pretty surprised. Yes, it came back. We made 10 changes over the past 25 years. And so 9 of them were increases because of inflation. And there was 1 decrease in 2024, which we'll talk a little bit about. But just to let people know, we had a fare increase in 2002, 03, 04, 06, 08, 09, 2011, 2015, 2019, and then we had a fare reduction in 2024. So all of the 9 that had been approved, the rationale for that was primarily inflation. Costs were going up, employee costs going up, oil and gas going up, repairs. We all know that right now. So I was wondering, why did we decrease fares in 2024? I found the information in a packet for July of 2023, and it was very interesting. I found it very interesting, and it explained why some of the board members here that we have right now made that decision, and I better understand it now. So I read that packet, and the reason they did that is because the detailed study that they had commissioned to come up with a new fare structure said 2 things. So the first thing they said, if you reduce fares, you will increase ridership from 65 million boardings to 74 million boardings. Okay. And so I could see that would be a very strong argument to go forward, because after COVID, as you all know, our boardings went from about 106 million down to about 65 million, where we are today. The second item said, the fiscal note said, the fare revenue would go down. It would go down from about 77 million fare revenue down to about 61 million, which is where we are right now. So what happened then is we did not see the increase in ridership, but we did lose $9 million by making that motion. But I understand why the board did that, and I'm glad I went back to take a look. Okay, so where are we now? I was very surprised by the Denver Post editorial. That to me seemed like they're not understanding our budget process, first of all. All local governments in Colorado have the same fiscal year as January 1st through December 31st. Almost every local government in the state of Colorado, as we speak right now, is putting together next year's budget, and we are in the middle of it. We have no decisions made yet, but hopefully tonight we'll make some of those decisions. So tonight, I'm hoping we can give direction to our staff on how to start building, or not start, it's already started, but how to build the 2027 budget and start the process, because quite frankly, August is going to be the month where most of our budget staff are going to be working very hard, pulling together hundreds, if not thousands, of calculations that are going to be put into the budget. for us to see either late September or early October. So if you do go to page 443, which is up on our screen right now, you can see how much money we have been collecting from a variety, our different fare and pass options that we have. The one thing, though, that is missing from that table are fees. Now, granted, the parking fees that we collect, I have a feeling, are pretty small, but that is something I think that we should talk about and have a discussion about. So here's what I'd like to ask of our board tonight, that we go ahead, direct our staff to come back with some suggestions on how to go about raising revenue. So it's not just fare, but it's passes and fees. Here, after talking to many of you, okay, here are some guideposts that I'd like to offer, and hopefully this might kick off a good discussion here. I hope it does. So number one, no fare change for paratransit service. We voted on that last month, and I think that was a good measure. 2, no or minimum fare change in our base fare. Now, I'll tell you, that was not my original position. But after doing a little bit more research and finding that our $2.75 fare is on the high side right now for major transit agencies, that changed my mind to some degree. But this is, again, something that the board is going to have to discuss. 3, I think we need to create a brand new fare for high volume events. Because at this point, if we do go forward with the Broncos ride or Nuggets ride or concerts, I do think we should be talking about more than $2.75. But that's, again, something that we can talk about. Airport and Skyride. If you take a look at that table over there, you will see that the biggest revenue raiser for us in terms of fares is the airport. And as you've heard me say before, back when I was much younger, 30 years ago, when we started Skyride to the brand new DIA airport, we were charging $10. And 30 years later, we're still charging $10. And so I would like to at least investigate that, ask questions about whether or not that might be something that we could look at that could bring in some additional revenue. Look at pass fares. I think you've also gotten a lot of information from our staff over the past couple of months with regard to how our EcoPass, Neighborhood Pass, Student Pass, how they work, and some of them are very low. For some folks, they're only paying $25 to ride RTD service all year long. So $25, and you have complete, access to RTD service. And I think it would be helpful to at least take a look at the past services to see if there's anything that we could find there. A similar option, number 6, is to sell more EcoPasses, student passes, and neighborhood passes. If you also take a look at that table and you take a look at our EcoPass numbers, again, back in 2019, we were selling approximately $16 million worth of passes, EcoPasses. Now we're down to about $9 million. And
Director Bank, if we could talk about not the history, but the motion on the table would be great.
And I'm getting there, and I'm just about finished, but thank you. The other thing is to raise long-term parking, and of course, I wanted to add fare enforcement. So those are what I'm asking you all to consider, that we go forward and we ask our staff to come back with a variety of recommendations or suggestions on how we can move forward to raise, let's say, approximately $10 million to help our deficit. So thank you very much for your time. Turn it over to our chair.
Secretary Nicholson.
So I'm extremely supportive of the broader main motion. I think we absolutely need to raise fares for all the reasons that Director Banker mentioned. I don't think we should get into particular directions to staff about what is, excuse me, inbounds or out of bounds for that conversation at this time. These are really contentious conversations. They have a lot of detail to them: base fares, airport fares, special event fares, and each of us has very strong opinions about them. I would suggest that we need to hold a study session where we can get into the details and solicit individual director feedback on this that can then factor into the 3 recommendations that are brought forward to the committee. But I would not feel comfortable having the discussion tonight and then having something come forward in September without giving the board a detailed and extensive opportunity to have a full conversation about this. And so I think that needs to take place before we bring recommendations forward.
Okay. Anybody else? Director Rusha and Director Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a clarifying question. It could be for you or Treasurer Banker. So does the motion on the table have these like pre-considerations attached to it, like in the attachment, or it's just generally speaking, we talk about increasing fares?
Treasurer Banker, I'll let you.
When I put together these 8 items, I was thinking them as just talking points or guideposts, just because I've had a lot of conversations with folks, and these are the things that have come up. It is not part of the resolution, but it's just sharing some of the conversations I've had with our board.
Thank you. Yeah, Director Rusha.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, but in the packet, we have the attachment that has the chart, the one that you referenced. And I just want to know if like it is assumed that that will be part of, the board's conversation. The reason, just for context, I have voted against this and anything that looks like this very consistently on the basis that I do not believe we should be raising our base fare. As you noted, it is one of the highest in the nation, and our own data already demonstrates that folks who are lower income are most likely to use that 3-hour pass. So so I just want to know if that chart is part of the motion.
No. If I could,
Yeah,
Mr.
please.
Chair.
Yeah.
That was prepared by our staff 2 months ago because we were interested to just get an idea of how much money could be raised. But no, I just thought the chart gave a lot of information to show you where we are. So.
Thank you. Director Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. I hope that there's going to be extensive community input because I think that's obviously something that is needed. I mean, we can't, do this without the community at least voicing something. So I would hope that that would be within this cycle. And also, you do have specifics. It says the board of directors staff to include in the 2027 budget 8 to 12 million in additional fare revenue. So there is a specific dollar amount that is trying to be achieved. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that this isn't just what are we going to raise fees or what are we going to raise the base fare or whatever we're going to raise. There is a specific amount that is targeted. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, Director Chandler. I'm sorry, I forgot I'm still in my first round. We'll go.
Nicholson, myself, Guzman.
I think you spoke already.
I did.
Yeah. So we'll go Guzman, then Harwick, then Bouquet, and then Larson, and then Arcuri.
So I would vote against this amendment, but probably be okay with moving forward with the recommended action as written. Part of the discussion that was left out in the history lesson was that the legislature also changed the requirement for us to meet a certain threshold percentage of our budget for the collection of fares. And that weighed heavily into the decisions that were made previously about increasing fares year over year over year over year. For the same reasons that Director Rusha mentioned, this will unfortunately burdensomely impact folks in my district in the Denver metro area where we have the ridership and the density if we go too fast too soon. And also part of that wonderful chart is the expectation that we will lose riders if we increase too much too quickly. People can't take it right now. They're filling our buses because gas is expensive. They are filling our trains because gas is expensive. They are filling our services because our customers are using our public transportation system because parking is a pain in the you-know-what. So even with things changing in Denver for $5, $2.75 is a steal to be able to get down to Denver and go anywhere you want and be able to get to what you need without having to find parking, pay for it, pay for gas. And that doesn't include the regular auto maintenance that's going on. And even for those that are driving in electric vehicles, having to find a charging station anywhere is still a pain in the butt in Colorado. So, nah, I'm going to be against this one. But I do think it's okay to give the direction that they come back with some understanding of what it looks like. I will also mention this in my time. We've given a range of dollars, 8 to 12 million, but we haven't specifically talked about what increases would look like. And before a Title VI analysis can occur, and before community engagement can begin, which must be robust according to the FTA, when you do any type of fare changes that are going to take a permanent place, you need to give staff clear direction about what that looks like. Are you talking about raising it a quarter? Are you talking about raising it 10 cents? And that's how they can do the thresholds and determinative calculations in their reports that they deliver back to us about what is and is not acceptable in terms of the analyses that we need to be able to approve this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Director Bouquet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, I'm reading this. This would be presented to the Finance and Planning Committee meeting in September of this year, correct, Ms. Treasurer Banker?
Yes.
With community input is the hope from it?
It would,
There's no way.
the recommendations or the suggestions from our staff would come to finance, then of course go to the full board meeting in September. And then we would kick off a fair study and community input. So it would be, this is what we're thinking, what we're suggesting. Public, please comment on that.
Okay, post after if this would go forward, then you would be going into the community process. Because what is interesting to me, because I'm seeing two things. We were just presented a chart, you know, in regards, and you're saying, I'm basically hearing, hey, find us $8 to $12 million. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be an increase in fares, but then we just saw the chart as an increase. You know.
Well, once again, that table was presented to the Finance Committee, I think it was about 2 months ago. And it was just to show approximately how much money could be raised by each of the different fares and passes that we have. So it's just information, suggestion. Am I suggesting we do it? No. I would suggest, I mean, if you had the magic wand, I would suggest we look at each one individually and the board have a full discussion as to, is this what you're thinking? We can vote on it. What do you think? And then take it to the public for comment and do the fair study.
I appreciate the spirit of it. So for me, I'm just looking at it, and for anyone who's maybe looking at this public and saying, we're seeing if this keeps passing, keep going, or this is actually going to be rolling. And I see it as the conversation of potential fare increases, as Director Guzman has pointed out. This is not the time to do that to the public. You know, understand that this is the early steps and this is the conversation of it. And I get the spirit of it. And I appreciate your effort. I unfortunately will be a no. I don't think we should be putting this forward with our staff. I know obviously we are in a budget crisis, for lack of a better term, but for me, I see this, where this is rolling and what potentially will be presented. So I will be a no, but I appreciate the effort put into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Harwick, Larson, then Arcuri.
I think these questions are for you, Director Banker, Finance Chair Banker. So the main motion I feel like we're asking for a fair and equity study. Is that,
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question is, I don't know why we're have a range then at that point, if we just want to just kind of know what it is we're looking at. If we want to change fares potentially. So I don't know why we would just give ourselves a window. And I also am not sure on the three options. I feel like if we're just doing a fair and equity study, they would just bring us back everything. But I also am cognizant of that we are in the crunch today. And this study, if it's earliest it's done in a year. We're not seeing the output from this until 2028, while still necessary, still helpful. And I'm fine to look at that, but I think we just need to be honest about where this is going to land and when this is going to land. And then my third point is, I'm just thinking, like, you just gave staff like a real, like, a robust list, but that's not really in here right now.
Correct.
This is a fair and equity study, and that is, like, looking at, like, 8 other things. And so I just want to make sure, because that almost feels different. A fair and equity study is one thing we tackle, and asking them to look at a variety of other financial sources feels separate. And I think that, like, I don't know if you approach them at the same time together. I just don't know if you do.
Okay, if I could
yeah.
respond. We put dollars in there because their staff is about ready to start working on the budget. And we wanted to be able to sort of put a placeholder in there so that they could go forward and know that some of these dollars could be coming forward again if the board passed this. In terms of whether or not we do a fair study first, or the board has a discussion and makes decisions on what the fares might be, I've asked that question. I know some other board directors have also asked that question as to, do we have to do one first or can we do the other one first? Either way, a study would be done. There would definitely be community input. And I would just point out that, you know, we have increased fares 9 times every 2 years, and we've not increased fares now in 7 years. So with inflation going up, my opinion is that we would not increase the base fare, but we've got other options to look at. And I would like to have a full board discussion as to, are you interested in pursuing revenue that this is the only piece of revenue really that is under our control? And so the question is do you want to go forward and start looking at these options?
If it's, just want to state the obvious, it's 8:35, so if everyone could be succinct, it'd be awesome. Director Larson?
Yeah, I agree that we should probably raise fares. Inflation has gone up, and I think if I did my calculations correctly, the fares have actually gone down even further if adjusted for inflation, since we lowered fares, and raising them by 20% would really just get them to where they were before. I think that if we are serious, though, about having it be something that adds revenue, any meaningful revenue to next year, we have to find a way to short circuit a lengthy equity analysis process. The only way I can imagine to do that is to do an across-the-board fare increase of some percentage, and a attenuated equity analysis that can be attenuated, because since it's across the board to everybody, it would be essentially equal for everybody in terms of the amount of the increase. If the plan is to launch an extensive sort of 12 to 18 month review and sort of restructuring of our fares, I don't think it's going to help us much next year, and it just adds another burden to staff when they're already going to be quite occupied by all of the things that are going on, including our comprehensive operational analysis. So I don't know how, I think I will vote for this because hopefully it moves things in the right direction, but I'm not real confident that if it's not sort of done in a very specific and simplified way, that it will really get us much next year. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Curie, I have Pallieri, Geisinger, still coming back to Nicholson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair O'Keefe. I am in favor of increasing fares. Increasing the price of a product of what you sell is just a common practice for businesses. And as as Director Banker mentioned, RTD has not done this since 2019. And we experienced significant inflation in 2022, 2023. Even if we do a modest increase in fares right now, we're not even going to catch up with coming even because of what happened to our country, what happened to the world actually because of the pandemic. And just because I've done the math, if you did even a 15% increase in our 3-hour pass or our day pass, the 3-hour pass would increase by, hang on a sec, 315 minus 275, that's 35 cents. For the discounted fares, it would increase from $1.35 to $1.55, that's 20 cents. The day pass on the discounted fares would go from $2.70 to $3.10, that's 40 cents. So I don't see this as burdensome to our customers, especially when you realize that we already have discounts in place for lower income families up to 250% of the federal poverty level. And I myself would be in favor of continuing to discount whatever new prices we also come up with and, you know, keep children for free. I'm also not interested in changing all the paratransit fares. Those were done recently. It's, you know, as Director Banker pointed out, this is about the only thing we have in our control right now. This is the only thing we're doing to increase revenue. To plug a hole in a budget, you've got to increase revenue and cut service. Nobody wants to cut service. I am assuming that the service cuts we're going to come up with, they're going to be fairly mild. And we're still going to have a big hole to fill. And at least this starts the ball rolling in the right direction to increase fares in a way that doesn't burden our population. I've heard from the people in my district, and I've recently spoken to, you know, like about 500 of them. They typically believe that those who actually use the service on a regular basis should bear part of the burden of what is happening right now. So they are in favor of a fair increase. And, you know, a tax increase, we're not guaranteed that for 2028. Yeah, well, it sounds like we're planning on going to the ballot, but we don't know if that would pass or even how much money exactly we would need to raise through that. I myself am in favor of diversifying whatever our revenue sources are. Just like if you're a household, you don't always want to just have just one job or not have any investments, for example. You want to diversify your source of income for your budget. It is it's a tool in our toolkit that we can grasp. It is my understanding from what Director Banker is proposing that we would be asking staff come up with different ways to come up with 8 to 12 million, and then we would select from one of those scenarios, and we could put a guardrail on the scenario, say, hey, could at least one of those that you present to us, could perhaps the fare study that would follow, and the equity analysis, could you propose for us something that doesn't take 12 to 18 months? Maybe it only takes 9 months, for example, would be their guess. I think.
I'm sorry, can we, if I could just please ask everybody, quick points. Everybody's smart here. You know, please make your argument. This is a very serious thing, but we're averaging about 7 minutes a comment right now.
I'll stop.
Thank you. Director Pagliari, I think is, no, I'm sorry, Director Larson. Geisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm kind of where Director Larson was, and I think somebody else mentioned it. I don't see a broad fair study and equity analysis as serving us well for 2027. I think it will take a long time. I also think, you know, it's hard to cut service and raise fares. I would not support moving forward unless it's, you know, pretty specific. And I guess my question for Ms. Johnson is, you know, if we're getting into something that where it's 10% across the board or whatever, where we're changing fares, it takes a while to do a fare study and equity analysis, right? And it costs a lot of money.
Is that a
Mr. Chair, if I
question?
may?
Yeah, GMCO Johnson.
Yes, thank you. So in reference to the comments that have ensued relative to fairness, and then we're using fairness being, equality, equity being, equality being same, equity being fairness, pursuant to the Title VI program of which this body adopted, regardless if it's across the board, it's still a fair change. And it would be in the organization's best interest to conduct a fair study and equity analysis. We look at things across the board, especially when we're looking at BIPOC, Black, Indigenous people of color, and low-income customer segments. And regardless if it's universal, we still have other aspects, i.e. the federal poverty level and things to take into consideration. So the questions you pose, Director Geisinger, relative to the time, it's contingent upon a myriad of factors as we go forward. But we would be remiss if we didn't do our due diligence, recognizing the profound impacts on the communities in which I qualified from a historical perspective. Thank you.
No, and I agree that the due diligence needs to be done. I guess my question is, you know, do we save money or spend money in 2027? And to put it more bluntly, you know, I think it would take a lot of staff time and we'd have to hire consultants. So I guess that would be my question. Do we save money or spend money in 2027?
Are you asking is that rhetorical? Right. So I think if anything, what we as staff are seeking is clear-cut direction from this body, recognizing the points that have been made. A budget needs to be built, recognizing pursuant to statute that a draft budget needs to be available for public inspection by October 15th. The days are rapidly moving and we need to ensure that we can do what we need to do as we move forward. And there could be different scenarios that are factored in over the course of 2027, i.e. reaping benefits the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter. I really believe from my perspective, we need to be diligent in reference to what we do. And I would seek direction from the board relative to what that may be. So in turn, we can build out that budget for the betterment of the constituencies that we serve, with fiscal stewardship being top of mind. Thank you.
On to Director Pagliari.
Thank you, Chair. This is Director Pagliari. I agree with Director Larson and Director Geisinger, I believe. I don't think that we can cherry pick which fares we raise or lower. If it seems to be the best path forward should be a broad fare increase across the board at a certain percentage, and then we return to do the full study that is needed when we change the fares and rebalance them later on. But this is $12 million that is going to be cut. Like, we will have $12 million fewer dollars to serve our community with transit if we don't do this. And I believe that by not raising fares, we're really just giving a discount because the inflation rate has been so high. And I would even suggest later when we return to this issue, after we do a broad increase, is just set the fares to inflation, which won't be as burdensome because we have tap to pay and digital payment methods. But I really think we need this money and we have to raise fares. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pagliari. I'm just going to say real quick for my part, I think that there is value in us showing our constituents, which is not just riders, it's taxpayers, that we have looked at every corner, we understood the implications. I like this because it's not a final vote, it is a direction to go show us what it would look like, and then we can follow the processes that are required. But right now, I don't have enough information to even understand what the impacts would be. And I do think that we need to have shown our taxpayers that we tried everything, or we looked at everything at least. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I have a quick question for CFO Mackey, and then I have an amendment to make. Yes, CFO Mackey, as you're walking over, in your best professional estimation, recognizing everything, if we do this today, will this be good financially for the agency in the long term and in 2027 specifically?
CFO Mackey?
Most likely, it depends on a few things, such as further direction from the board in the coming months and our ability to execute a quick fair study and equity analysis in order to potentially have these changes in effect in Q2 of 2027. Because if you look at the $12 million estimate in the board packet, that's at a 25% increase. And so if that was to start in May, that's automatically $8 million at a 25% increase. So anything over 8 million would be more than 25% increase. I think the cost of the fair study and equity analysis would be much lower. So I do think if we're able to execute something like a 25% increase quickly, then we would be ahead in 2027.
Thank you. I saw Director. Okay.
Thank you. So I agree completely with Director Bouquet's concerns, and I think that we have a phenomenal staff and a phenomenal CFO. I don't like being prescriptive about the staff shall bring this forward at this date in this form with this thing because of the exact concerns about we need to do public outreach. We need to reach out specifically to board members and ask our opinions and get more engagement before staff brings something forward. So I'm just going to move that we strike the third paragraph of the recommended action, which says for the September.
Point of order. Are we amending the amendment? Or
Are we
amending
in
the
an
main
Not
motion?
in an amendment. It's the underlying motion. Sorry. This is underlying motion. Please.
So I'm just going to strike the instructions that say for the September board meeting, staff will produce 3 options. These options will, because we already say directing staff to bring forward changes. Staff will produce as expeditiously as possible with necessary steps. We already give the clear-cut directions. This gives our staff the flexibility to figure out on what schedule they can bring something forward responsibly, having gotten the requisite amount of feedback from board members to be able to adequately inform what they're going to bring forward. If we had an extra month in there and we were going to meet in August, maybe we could squeeze it in that way, but I think all of us deserve to have our opinions heard before this is put together.
Okay, we have an amendment to the main motion. Anyone like to speak to that? Director Rusha? Oh, I need a second. Sorry. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Chandler seconds. Okay, Rusha on the amendment to the main motion.
Thank you, sir. So, as I read paragraph 2, staff would need to know what it is they're modeling to do a fair study and equity analysis. And if you look at the historical record and how we've traditionally done these, the board has to tell the staff what to model. I also don't want to speak for staff, so can someone from our staff please weigh in on the amendment on the floor?
Okay.
Like, could we strike the third paragraph, not tell you what to model, and could you still do the analysis? Thank you.
Okay, anyone from staff answer that question? CFO Mackey? All right, I was looking for a hand.
Yes, we could strike the third paragraph. That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the Nicholson amendment? Main motion, okay. Is there anybody opposed to that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a vote. All right. Nicholson amendment to the main motion. Director Arcuri. This is to strike paragraph 3.
No.
Director Banker.
No.
Director Bouquet.
No.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Downey.
Yes.
Okay. Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Gutschenreiter.
Well, can I just say, if we were to strike that, what would they be producing? Because it says 3 options in that third paragraph. I'm just unclear what the result of.
Point of information?
Yeah.
Point of clarity. At the end of the second paragraph, and report on progress at the September Finance and Planning meeting. So the point of the thing would be to produce the fair study and report on their progress on said fair study at the Finance and Planning meeting in September. But it would not necessitate that they bring back something with specific options at that September meeting, because they might not be ready.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I did not ask for clarification before, but we need to keep going with the vote. We can't discuss it in the middle of it. Director Gutschenreiter?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Harwick?
No.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Palieri,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
No.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
Oh, good. I am a no. Motion fails, 7-8. We're back
Mr.
to the main motion.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have exhausted debate on the main motion. I'd like to call the question.
Would you consider revoking that, resulting in a vote if everyone nods at me that we're done? Or do you want, okay, I got to take this. Okay, we are doing we're
You
calling
need
the
a
question.
second to, on the,
Is there a second? Whitmore is a second. Okay, this is. This is
voting on
calling,
to call the
ending,
question.
ending debate on the motion. Director Curie. This closes out all future amendments or any other consideration. We take a vote on the main motion immediately. Okay, Director Banker.
No.
Director Bouquet?
Yes.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Downing?
Yes.
Director Geisinger?
Not sure I'm fully understanding where we are, so I guess I'll vote no.
Director Gutschenreiter?
No.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Harwick?
No.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director Palieri?
Yes.
Director Rusha?
No.
Director Whitmore?
Enthusiastically, yes.
And I am a yes. It fails 7-8. We are back to the main motion and amendments are on order. Anybody has an additional amendment? Director Chandler?
Okay, I have an amendment to the last paragraph to read, for the September board meeting cycle, staff will produce 3 options for fare modifications to achieve the targeted revenue amount. The options will be presented as part of the discussion item, not a recommended action, to the Finance and Planning Committee, contingent upon seeking additional community input.
Okay,
I will second.
okay, second, does everyone understand the motion before we start talking about it?
Can I?
So I'm just asking for clarification on the motion. Is
So
everyone
the
okay?
clarification of the motion is to take it from recommended action to a discussion item, all contingent upon seeking continued community input.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Director Nicholson?
Just friendly amendment, can we change the word contingent to after, just to make it clear that we have the thing? It wasn't.
Absolutely, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Is anyone asking? No, okay. All right, this is the Chandler amendment to the main motion to change the wording for Director Curie.
Yes.
Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
No.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Downing,
Yes. That's fine.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Gutschenreiter,
I'm a no just because it's the same day amendment.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
No.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Palieri,
No.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
You guys are making my job interesting tonight. I'm a no. Motion fails. 7-8. Back to the main motion. Director Larson.
To propose an amendment.
Okay. I'll get you. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Guzman, if you'll hold your amendment, Director Rusha was first with an amendment. Larson.
They look the same.
All right. At the risk, oh, wait, is it my turn?
Yep, it's your
Sorry.
turn.
All right, at the risk of Director Bouquet throwing something at me from across the room, I do have an amendment. I did confer with the mover, though, before I'm offering this. So I hope it's a friendly amendment that we just amend this to ask staff to bring back options to increase additional fare revenue with that target of 8 to 12 million, and that would be inclusive of a potential fares change. That allows staff to come back with potential modeling that you know, hopefully include some of the things that Treasurer Banker referenced 25 minutes ago. That was a very long way of
Granting,
for staff to make conforming language.
thank you, and removing the dollar figure, to be clear.
Can you remove it? Or it's up to you. 8 million, so we'll change it to 8 million.
Okay.
And it's just, bring back all the things,
Okay.
inclusive of fare increase.
Can I get a second? Second from Banker. Okay, any other discussion on this amendment? Okay.
Point of information?
Yep.
Can we get the language? Yeah. Like, as staff understands it?
You guys, may I, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Kroll, do you
So,
wanna-
Director Rusha, let me pull this up on the screen here. What I believe you are intending to say at this point, and sorry, I'm like amending this as we go. So I've got notes in here and other highlights, but so is your intent to say, we don't want you to include this in the budget modeling, but please do bring us some scenarios to raise up to 8 million and not include a notion of the fare study. Is that correct?
No, sir. Oh, sorry, may I?
Clarify, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Kroll. No, the intent of my amendment is to say a target of 8 million and also tell staff to bring back other revenue generating ideas, so it's not just limited to a fares increase.
Okay, thank you.
I
Clarification.
mean,
Makes sense to me.
with all due respect, you noticed a item here to talk about fare revenues. You did not notice an item to talk about revenues beyond fares. So there is a question here of whether or not your motion goes beyond the intent of the action before you.
With all due respect, it would be up to the chair to call it out
Totally.
of order, and
I
I'm
agree.
hoping that in the interest of consensus, this
I'm
might
not calling it out of order.
get
Thank you.
the treasurer across the finish line on this one.
Okay, any other comments on this? Okay, is there gonna be?
I do.
Oh, sorry, Harwick.
I just don't understand why, if we're like even talking about raising money, like why we're going with the low end of things, and again, like why are we capping this at a certain amount? Like why don't we just not put a dollar amount on it? That I just feel like we're if we're even going down this path, which I'm.
Yes.
That's all. I would just say, why are we?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yep, go ahead,
if
Director Ruscha.
Treasurer Bank, are you okay with taking off the dollar amount?
That's all.
Size limit, bring us back all your ideas, including a potential fare increase.
It's doable.
Okay.
Okay, friendly amendment. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, is there going to be anybody opposed to this? Yes. Okay, so we're going to vote. Director Curie, this is the Ruscha amendment to the main motion to broaden the options and drop the target to 8 million.
No.
Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
No.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Downing,
No.
Director Geisinger.
Just a quick question. Does it drop the target to 8 million or does it get rid of the target?
It was, we dropped 8 million. Sorry, yes, I misspoke. We dropped 8 million.
There's no target.
There's no target figure.
No.
No, okay. Director Gutschenreiter,
No, and also because it's the same day amendment.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
Yes.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Ruscha. Director Whitmore,
No.
and I am a no. That is 4 against, 11 in favor. Amendment fails. We are back to the main motion. Other way around. Oh, sorry, yeah, 4 to 11. I said it wrong. 4 to 11. So Director Larson had an amendment.
Thank you. My amendment would be to strike everything and replace it, everything in this amendment, and replace it with direct staff to create a plan to increase fares by 25% effective January 1st, 2027, across all fares equally for all non-paratransit fares, and conduct an equity analysis and obtain community input to be completed prior to the December board meeting for a final vote on moving forward with the increase.
Second.
Okay, so I have a second for Pagliari. I have a point of clarification for you, Director Larson. What if there's a legal impediment to doing that? We're given a deadline. What if they can't do it? What's the intent of that? There'd have to be some consequence of not doing it because we put a deadline.
I mean, if it can't be completed, then we would decide in the final vote in December whether or not to move forward. Or
Okay,
if there's
just be
some kind
incomplete.
of.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you.
Can I, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Can I just add a friendly amendment that says by December, by January, or as soon as possible? I'd rather we move forward on it if possible.
I mean, I can't imagine we could move forward before January, but I want to put a specific deadline of January 1st so that we can obtain all the possible revenue next year that we can obtain.
Okay, so that's a
I mean, if we
rejection
could
of
move
the
forward, I
friendly
mean,
amendment, or
I don't think we need it for this fiscal.
so you're just to be clear, you're rejecting it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Director Geisinger.
Was that, is there an amendment made? Was that to raise all fares 25%?
All fares, except for paratransit fares across the board, 25%.
I'll be a no vote.
Okay. Any other comments on the main motion or on the amendment? Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to need a recorded vote. This is a Larson amendment to change to a 25% across the board with the exception of paratransit by the December board meeting, just to be sure. This is an amendment, not the main motion. Director Curie.
No.
Director Banker.
Well, first, thank you, Director Larson, but I'm a no.
Director Bouquet.
Thank you.
Director Chandler.
No.
Director Downing.
No.
Director Geisinger.
No.
Director Gutschenritter.
No.
Director Guzman.
No.
Director Harwick.
No.
Director Larson.
Yes?
Tonight, you never know. Director Nicholson.
No, and not because it's the same day amendment.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Ruscia.
No.
Director Whitmore.
No.
And I am a no. That fails 2 to 13. We are back to the main motion. Any other amendments or comments? Okay, all right, we're on the main motion. Director Curie.
Yes.
Director Banker.
Yes.
Director Bouquet.
No.
Director Chandler.
No.
Director Downing.
I don't know. I'll say,
Yes or no, I'm sorry.
I know.
Okay, thank you. Director Geisinger.
No.
Director Gutschenritter.
No.
Director Guzman.
No.
Director Harwick.
No.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Ruscia.
No.
Director Whitmore.
No.
And I am a yes, but it is 5 noes and, or 5 yeses and 10 noes. The main motion fails. We are on to the next, let me just do a time check. We're not up against any cart limit. Do we need, we don't need to
Mr. Chair,
extend?
sorry.
Yeah,
That
sorry,
vote was
Director-
6-9.
6-9.
No, you have until whenever you regavelled in, which I believe was 7:50 plus 2 hours, so, or thereabouts. And your meeting didn't technically start until you called the roll, so the swearing in of Director Downing did not start the clock.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Guzman. 6 to 9 failed. So we are moving on to high volume event service.
No, dude, we're on.
Or my, oh, you haven't moved that thing yet. Okay. We are on the budget. Let me just find myself here. Okay, Board of Directors instructs staff to build the proposed 2027 budget based on X% service reductions that are estimated to save X. These changes would take effect no later than May, June 2027 service changes. Would someone please fill in the blanks for me?
I can't yet.
Okay.
I will.
I'll move
Okay, you move it? Second, okay, now you can go ahead and probably make an amendment to the amendment.
Yes, now I'm
Or
going to make an
to the motion.
amendment. I move to strike the language included in the packet and replace it with the following. The Board of Directors instructs staff to build the proposed 2027 budget based on a service reduction target of $20 million. These service changes would take effect no later than the May-June 2027 service changes and would be formulated based on the following values. Priority 1, preservation and growth of ridership. Priority 2, geographic balance. Priority 3, board-adopted service standard, which includes a focus on cost per boarding, revenue service hour cost, and service duplication.
Thank you, Director. Oh, we've got it. That was just a further clarification. Director Banker, do you have anything to add from finance?
Not yet,
Perspective.
not until it's
Okay.
on the floor.
Okay. Okay, we are on the Harwick Amendment. Director Chandler.
I have some, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions. It seems to me that priority 1 is preservation, and it's hard to preserve if you're going to cut, and growth of ridership. And number 2, geographic balance is not possible. It's just plain out not possible. And number 3 is actually, should be priority number 1 because it's focusing on cost per boardings, revenue, service hours, et cetera. So my question is, isn't this what the COA is going to do? I mean, we are already moving forward with the COA. I don't understand why the recommendation now is going from that 31 million down to 20. And also these priorities are they're just not appropriate.
Okay.
I will be a no vote.
Okay, thank you. Director Larson and Director Guzman, do you have, okay.
Yeah, I'll be a no vote because I am not going to vote for any reduction in funding for fixed route service. I think that it doesn't make sense to do that in 2027. I think that before we sacrifice service to the riders, we should sacrifice a balanced budget, sacrifice our fiscal policy, potentially sacrifice our bond rating, sacrifice a little financial rectitude perhaps, and even sacrifice the maximally thorough process for raising fares. I think that we can ensure that we maximize the benefit of the COA by not preempting its process. Let's figure out how to move forward in 2027 using savings from inefficient lines, not as ways to cut costs, but as ways to increase ridership on routes that have high potential to grow more ridership. At a time when automatic vehicles are just about to start competing with us here in Denver, let's use these efficiency improvements to actually make the service better for more people in 2027, not just barely as good as it was this year. Now, I understand it's true the only long-run solution is either service cuts or more funding. We will have an opportunity in 2028 to propose a ballot measure that will make the path clear for a long-term solution to our financial challenges, whether the measure succeeds or fails. In the meantime, we should be doing everything we can to convince voters that we are deserving, and that should mean doing everything we can to keep making service better as long as we can. So now also, while we can't budget for it, we do know there's a good chance we'll get $44 million as part of the CTE grants. We know that, I mean, we maybe could have, I don't think we'll be able to do it now, but we could have increased fares, increased revenue through increased fares, and possibly some of our state or local partners could help us raise money. But rather than budgeting now to do cuts, which may, at least some of them, turn out to be unnecessary from some of these other revenue sources. Let's use financing to finance some of the portions of our planned capital investments next year and keep the momentum going for improved service in 2027. Thank you.
So that was great. I just want to remind people, we're talking about the amendment now, so broad-based comments probably should be reserved for the main motion. We're just talking about dropping to 20 million right now. Director Guzman?
Thank you. Alike with Director Chandler, I think the 1, 2, 3 part of this is problematic. Couple things. Land use is, for our purposes of running service, varies throughout this district, with the majority of it being concentrated here in the city and county of Denver. So how do you equate geography? We are a very large district and we don't run service equitably currently. So how do you make that argument? And then this board stated goal for 2 years, guys, wake up if you're asleep. 2 years. I've had to sit here and listen to all of you tell me it's ridership, 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 which it may or may not be the right number to be looking at. But if you put the goal forward and now you're going to cut service to do it, explain to me how I'm going to go back and talk to my people who I've had to already explain that nothing else matters but ridership. We can't talk about equity. We can't talk about Title VI. We can't talk about ADA. We can't talk about anything but ridership. That was the #1 goal, 2 years in a row. You all decided that, not me. Even if I think it's the wrong metric, it is the metric that we have as a board spoken and said together. That's what we're looking at. So this makes no sense. So if you're going to do it, please focus on the most cost-efficient way of doing this. Use those efficiencies and do that. But with the first 2 parts of that focus, I would not vote for this. Sorry.
Thank you, Director Guzman. I've got Director Nicholson and then, okay.
So I'd like to offer a sub-amendment. I was not planning on doing this, but since we just voted down 10 million in fare increases, we got to find the money somewhere else. I am not okay with putting that on the credit card. I am not okay with us spending down our savings without taking a vote on finding that money somewhere else. So here's my amendment. To change the estimated to save XX back to what we voted on in finance and planning to be operations. Sorry, thank you. Operations.
Yeah, so the amendment is, the main motion would stand if the amendment doesn't go forward, so I don't think you can.
I can sub-amend an amendment.
You can amend an amendment. You cannot amend the amendment to the amendment. So you are like.
Are we on a second amendment?
You are
below?
on the amendment to the main motion, which
Yes.
can be amended.
Thank you. So I'm going to amend Director Harwick's amendment and change the number to 31 million, which will make up for and I'll just get up, if I can ask the parliamentarian in the room, which I guess would be G.C. Snyder, am I legally allowed to do that, to make that amendment? Because I think there's a board member who disagrees whether or not I can make that amendment
I'm
to.
just saying it's in the underlying motion. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying it's, if this fails, then we're back to 31 million.
No, the underlying motion is just XX. It's not in the underlying motion.
Okay. I got it. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Kroll.
You have a motion on the floor to amend the motion to state 20 million.
Yep.
And is your intent to change the motion to amend to indicate 31 million?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion on Dr. Guzman?
Same points as previously stated, doesn't deal with the issue that I have with it or what Director Chandler has already addressed, that the points following in the prioritization do not line up at all with this board's current stated goal of ridership.
Thank you. Director Benker.
Okay. I wanted to add, okay, so I think you all know the Finance Committee, our vote was 0 service cuts. I listened to the Operations Committee, and you were asking for about 10%, 30 million, I believe. Is that correct?
31, yeah.
31, thank you. So Director Harwick and I have been working together to try to bring the two together so that we could have a compromise. I'm not happy with 20. He's not happy with 20, but we have to compromise. We have to move this forward, and we have to try to figure out how we're going to save money. We have got a $200 million deficit. We're not interested in raising fares. I don't think anybody wants to do this, right? We don't want to cut service, believe me. We don't want to raise fares. But if we don't, then basically what will happen is we're going to eat our reserves. And that's only going to buy us a certain amount of time. So while I do not like $20 million worth of cuts, I would urge a yes vote because we've worked together to try to bring our two committees together to come to a compromise.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're want a no vote, to be clear. This changes it from 20 to 31. Do you want a yes or no?
So I am asking for a no vote on this, but when we get to the main motion.
Okay, Director Harwick.
Mine doesn't fit in right here, so I'll wait.
Okay. All right. I will just add from my perspective, I'm in favor. I think that if we do not show our constituents, and that includes much more than our riders, that is our taxpayers, and if we do not show that we have tightened our belt, I do not believe we have a chance, at least in my district, for a yes vote. So I'm hopefully wrong if that doesn't happen, but that's my feeling, so I'm vote in favor. Any other comments?
Here.
Director Geisinger?
Yeah, I would be a yes vote on the original motion for 20 million. And I think that this should just go be part of the COA, of the COA. And they're going to be coming out about the same time. I'm not sure why we're doing this separately, but I will be a no vote on 31 million. I will be a yes vote on the 20. We could, I'm not sure what those priorities. I mean, I don't have a big problem with them, but it seems like we just could put this in to going through our public process with the COA.
Okay, thank you. Director Carey?
Yeah, regarding the priorities, is there anyone in the room who could address what the COA timeline is? When we would hear something from them and how that might affect this May, June 2027 proposal here?
Yeah, please, you can come up and grab a microphone. Thanks. And just for the record, state name and title.
Thank you. Director of Long Range Planning, Kieran Maletsky. I'm overseeing the COA, although Project Manager Doug Monroe is also leading the project. In terms of the discussion tonight, I just want to clarify that the COA is, as we all know, an 18-month process and will be initiating a public engagement campaign in September to discuss alternatives associated with, how we can provide our fixed route service in the near term, 2028 through 2032, and then starting in the spring of next year, we'll work towards draft plans that will articulate that near-term service plan. Director Akiri, does that answer there's many other components, of course, but does that answer the question you were asking?
Yes, it does. And if I may ask one
Yep,
more
go ahead.
while you're up here. So it's my understanding that they're working from a 20% cut baseline in service. Do you know how that might relate to the 20 million we're talking about here and the 31 million we're discussing now?
Sure, I can answer that question. That you, as has been presented to this board previously, the scenario, the alternatives being presented this fall are illustrative and do reflect that 20% level as an illustrative exercise, but are not the same as a commitment to any particular service level. How that would relate to the cuts you all make here in 2027 is dependent on what those cuts are. But for 2027, but for the long term of the COA, those cuts are designed for 2028 and beyond. So how we handle that in 2027 will depend a little on where that number falls.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Carey, does that answer it? Okay, GMCO Johnson, I saw your hand come up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just for further clarity, Mr. Molesky answered the question relative to a COA, but want to be clear about the blue sky scenarios and things of the like, considering the various amendments that you all have been discussing. There's a myriad of different factors that come into play because we have to look at the revenue service hours holistically. Mr. Carter, who is the Director of Service Planning and Scheduling, quite naturally has been working in tandem, he and his team, with the consultant. And so there are some shades of gray in reference to the question that has been posed, but keeping in mind that it would be staff's intent to ensure that we minimize disruption to revenue service delivery and leverage the service frequencies, capitalizing on the hours in which we deliver those services and making adjustments on the shoulders, and looking at the major arterials in which we're providing service. Thank you.
Director Larson, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to respond to your belt tightening comment. Regardless of what amount of service cuts we do, there still will be quite a few cuts in the administrative costs. And so I think we will be tightening our belt. And my concern is that we can show our constituents that we're tightening our belt with that, but I would like to also be able to show them that we can deliver better service as well. And I think that will matter just as much. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Geisinger and then Director Harwick.
I still think, are we being asked to cut 20 million now and 20% for 2028? I think this is, I guess it's confusing to me.
Yeah, I think we are just on the amendment to change the 20 million to 31 million as the,
Okay, I'll be a
and
no
also
vote,
this
but
is
I-
just for staff to bring us back a proposal that shows 31 million. It is not a final vote on $31 million worth of cuts. It is just what that looks like. So,
I'll be a no vote.
okay. Anybody else? Director Rusha.
So if I understand it, we are voting on Secretary Nicholson's amendment, just because I think it's been another 26 minutes. Sir, can you briefly just restate what it is we're voting on?
Yes, so the amendment by Director Harwick would set the reductions that are estimated to save. They have set that at 20 million. Because of our vote on the thing, this would set it to 31 million, which is what came out of Operations, Safety, and Security. So cuts of $31 million.
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, so, but I just want to be clear, the amendment that's in my inbox from Mr. Kroll that you had proposed via email is not on the table right now.
Different amendment.
Different amendment.
Coming later.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other comments on this? Okay, we're going to vote on the Nicholson amendment.
And if we vote no, it goes back to mine?
It goes back to yours. Yep, yep. And again, just to state it over and over again, this is not a vote on the cuts. It is merely a list of things that would total that. Director Curie,
No.
Director Banker,
No.
Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
No, I don't like any of the priorities.
Director Downing,
No.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Guchenritter,
No.
Director Guzman,
Nope.
Director Harwick,
No.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
No.
Director Whitmore.
No.
I am a yes, and that fails 4-11. We are now back to the Harwick amendment. Any further discussion on that?
I feel like what we're stuck on and is not the 20 million right now. I feel like it is a set of 3 priorities. And so I would welcome an amendment around the priorities to get us across the finish line.
Okay, great. I bet Director Arisha might have an answer.
Don't put that kind of pressure on me, Mr. Chair. See, when you have low expectations, I tend to meet them. So I would like to offer that we strike priority number 2 and replace it with local transit needs, because priority number 2 and priority number 3 conflict. Priority number 2 is against our board adopted service standards. And also, we don't have geographic balance in our existing service. So the way how I'm interpreting priority number 2 is if we told staff to make cuts based on geographic balance, means everybody feels a little bit of the pain. And that makes me question, do we cut Highlands Ranch one last bus route because somebody else got a cut? Like, do we cut, you know, the 42 in Montbello, which has very high ridership, because, you know, something on the west side of town got cut? So, but I do hear people when they talk about local transit needs and equity, and so I am hoping, for the sake of consensus, we could strike priority number 2 that says geographic balance and replace it with local transit needs, which does not conflict with our service standards or our ridership goals.
Okay, I think I tracked that. Mr. Kroll, do you track that? Okay. That's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Nicholson, second. Okay, comments? Director Banker.
Okay, at this point, I'll go ahead and support that, but here was my concern and why I asked to put that in. Because when we got that list of cuts, okay, Broomfield was hard hit, okay? They have 10 routes, 6 of them were going to be eliminated. That's not right. And so I feel that some of our more outer ring districts, I don't want them targeted. And I have to support my district. That's my first mission, because those are the folks that elected me. I am willing to look at others, but I do not want all of those cuts coming out of my district. They need to be, the pain needs to be shared somehow.
Okay, any other discussion? Director Nicholson?
Oh, on the amendment now.
Yeah, okay. Okay. This is on the Russia amendment to strike geographic balance and replace with local transit needs. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, let's vote. Director Curie,
Yes.
Director Banker,
Yes?
Director Bouquet,
No.
Director Chandler,
No, I'm opposed to all of them.
Director Downing.
Yes.
Just in case you're wondering, we don't provide breakfast. Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Is there any left?
I'm sorry, Director Geisinger, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Director Gutschenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
Yes.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Rusha. Yes. Director Whitmore,
No.
Joy. I am a yes. So that passes 8-7. We are back to the main motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Nine,
I'm sorry, 9-6, sorry.
didn't matter. Mr. I have an amendment.
Passed. Yep.
Yep. I have an amendment to offer, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So in the spirit of Director Harwick's concerns, I am worried that currently there's no mention of the COA in this recommended action, and that it will result, as a result, in what we've had so far, which is basically 2 parallel planning processes, where staff has to work on the COA, and they have to work on the service cuts at the exact same time in separate lanes. And so after having had a bunch of conversations about this with agency folks, with directors, I have language that you've all seen that basically says, in addition to all the priority language, and after their adoption, in alignment with the service standards developed under RTD Connect, the comprehensive operational analysis, which all that means is once we pick new service standards in early 2027, the cuts will go according to those service standards, which we will write, which will come as a recommendation from staff as a result of all of the public outreach process that's going to happen over the next 4 months. It is better that these cuts get determined based on that process that we are doing with the COA. And this basically says, please use that process that we're about to pay for and undergo to drive the way we make the decision on these cuts. So that is my amendment, and I would welcome a second.
Okay.
Am I,
Harwick's the second. Any other discussion on the Nicholson amendment? Director Pellier?
could I offer a friendly amendment to consider, for your consideration, please, Director Nicholson? Could you modify your amendment to eliminate the priorities from this?
Out of respect for Director Banker and the concerns about the impact on regional communities, I wouldn't feel comfortable completely removing that language because of all the work that's gone into it. I think this basically says, once we have new service standards, which we won't until January, February, then we should consider them. So, you know, that's the reason I don't want to touch it.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Director Baker?
I appreciate the amendment. I understand that we're moving forward with the COA, but it's not there yet. And quite frankly, if we think that we can agree on service standards early next year, I would like to point out the conversation that we've been having for the first couple of hours here, that we cannot agree on some of the basic budget items. And so I would ask, you think we could quickly come to an agreement on new standards, service standards? I would suggest that if we change our service standards sometime next year, it's not going to be in just one meeting. It's going to be a longer conversation, and we're going to have a lot of debate. So they will not come in time if we want to make cuts and save money.
Thank you. Director Rusha, and then come back to you.
Thank you. I do think the amendment is redundant because once the board votes to adopt a COA or new service standards, that will just take precedent over everything we have said today. But if it, pleases the body to pass the amendment to make folks feel more comfortable, I can vote for it.
Okay. Director Nicholson?
If I can call up our Director of Long Range Planning, Kiernan Maletsky, and just ask a very simple question, which is how, if at all, would this amendment impact the work of Long Range Planning when it comes to the potential cuts and the COA?
Thank you, Director of Long Range
please.
Planning, Kieran
Yeah, go ahead.
Walensky. Thank you for the question, Director Nicholson. The current schedule does have us developing service standards in early in next year. To Director Banker's point, I don't know with confidence when exactly those would be adopted by this body based on the work plan we have currently. So that's just an acknowledgement that tying those two things together does carry some risk, I would say, but just to acknowledge that we certainly do intend to develop those as part of the scope. And further, that the public engagement we do this fall certainly will produce conclusions that I think we could leverage to help support, that we could offer to Jesse and his team in service planning to inform the cuts.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions on the Nicholson amendment? Okay, we're going to vote. Director Curie?
Yes.
Director Banker?
No.
Director Bouquet?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
You didn't want to give your pitch? Director Downing?
I don't like them all.
Thank you. Director Downing?
No.
Director Geisinger?
No.
Director Kuchenritter?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Harwick?
Yes.
Oops, sorry, sir. Director Larson?
Yes.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director Palieri?
Yes.
Director Rusha?
Yes.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
Okay, that is, and I am a no, but it doesn't matter this time. 8-7 is the vote count I got. Okay, we are back to the main motion as amended by the Harwick and Nicholson amendments.
I just have something to say. So no one in this room wants to do service cuts, or service reductions. I don't want to. I know you don't want to. I mean, maybe somebody does, they're just not willing to say it. I don't know, I don't want to do it. But we were tasked with finding a gap of $55 million, and we didn't meet that need. The 31 got us close, but we also needed to be able to like get 50, we needed to get support here. So I hate this, I don't like this, but again, it's what we need to do to begin to do a budget. And like, so my thought is like, I'm asking for you to do this, and I don't care if you're reluctantly doing it, I'm reluctantly doing it, but we need to do something. We need to help our staff move this forward. And so while this is not the $55 million we were tasked with, we also don't have to do all of it right now. There is that opportunity to, if next year we need to do, I don't want to do it, but if next year we have to do, 20 more million in service reductions, that we can do that. But this is a step in the direction that our staff needs us to do. So I'm asking you, even if you're a reluctant yes, I'm asking you to vote yes on this to help us get it across the finish line, give our staff some direction, and help them build this budget, because we are on a deadline. We need to make it happen. And so I'm asking you to do this. And again, there are other things that may come up that may help us in the future, but they're not here today. This is a lever we have. And so I'm asking you to vote yes on this. And even if you gotta, hold your nose, I'm just asking you to help our staff figure out what to do here.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize myself for a second. That I will say I agree with everything you just said. I have no idea how I'm going to vote on the actual reductions. I just don't know what they are right now. And so understanding what that means literally I need that, because I'm not conceptually able to understand what this means without some details. Do I see a hand over there? Yeah.
I'm just going to I really appreciate the passionate speech, and I understand where it comes from. I really appreciate the work that has been put into this from everyone. For me, it's a different philosophy in that we have heard from the state that this board, this 15 elected board, was not good enough. And we're going to have a hybrid board come 2029. And for me, I'm looking at this agency, and that's what I ultimately care about, is my constituents and this agency as a whole. I do not believe even having the discussion, and again, this is just the presentation discussion, we're not actually doing the service cuts, but I believe even going forward with this discussion signals potentially harm to the ballot measure going into 2028. And that ballot measure is going to be the lifeblood of this agency going forward. And for me, going back to the original point, I feel let's take a risk. Let's push this back, okay? Let's look into it and allow the governor and the state to get the attention that this agency has been desperate for funding. That is my pitch, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Nicholson.
The Denver Post was right. I don't think the public process was the problem, but I do think us not reckoning with the very real budgetary issues we face and kicking the can down the road makes us look like a clown show. And I think that as much as I don't want to cut, I am one of 2 daily transit riders on this board, myself and Director Guzman. I rely on the service. I took it this morning to go see the train, the big black train that they had over at UP. Yes, big boy. And then walked a half a mile to go catch the 19. This will hurt, any cuts will hurt me very, very personally. But I know my constituents want us to be fiscally responsible. I've seen the way they look at other issues, other agencies, when they run into these types of things. And so if we can't make these hard decisions now, they're going to look at us in 2027 and 2028 and say, these guys don't know how to balance their budget. These guys don't know how to manage a dollar. Why in God's name would we trust them with $700 million more, if that's what we decide to ask for, or whatever the number is? So I've seen government make bad financial decisions many, many times in my political history. I'd never want to be in that position. I never want to be the guy where somebody comes 4 or 8 years from now and say, why didn't you do that? That was the hard decision you should have made and you didn't. I want to pass a ballot measure as much as anybody. I don't want the voters asking me, why the hell are you so irresponsible? So I'm a big supporter of these cuts, even though I don't want to make them.
Director Guzman, then Director Larson.
Director Harwick, I hear you. Thank you for the work on this, and Director Banker, thank you for working with Director Harwick on this. I would just like to point out, this body this year and last year voted to revoke funding sources, nice of you to bring that point up, by not wrapping buses based on vibes. You asked us to approve a high-service events at a cost that was not budgeted for in the current budget. And then we approved $3 million to Front Range Passenger Rail to go educate the public prior to their vote. So I don't want to hear it, because we could have done cost savings all of this time and increased revenues through sources we already had available to us, and this board ignored those sources with finality. Now, you want me to make a vote? I'll make a vote, but I do have a problem with the priorities. Number 3 is probably the best approach that we have, because those standards are decided upon and clear and help us understand, because we have service standards already through which we make these decisions. The blue sky stuff started a fire in everybody's districts, lots of complaints, and I understand Director Banker's point of view as loudly as I heard from the City County of Denver and the Downtown Denver Partnership Authority, and even the former director on this board who chairs that, about what those could look like in every scenario. Those were not the cuts that we'll make, and I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Chair, with respect to looking at every possibility. But, you know, we threw out the baby with the bathwater on some things, and we don't recognize it because we're myopic in that way. And we are still 44th in the nation for funding from our state. So yes, Director Bouquet is correct. We do need to have the serious conversation. I'm willing to make the stinky cheese vote with you, but I am going to tell you the priorities under this need to line up with what this board has said, because there is no, you can't tell our staff to both press the gas pedal and the brake at the same time. What are we doing? We're just going to ruin everything. You do that to your car on I-25, what are you doing? Why are we having that conversation? And the reason that we got so feisty in the Finance and Planning Committee, and I will say this in my last thing, about what was being asked of us, perhaps had more to do with the way that these conversations have been done. So for my final comment, I will say here, the next time something like this comes up, it would be appropriate to follow our BARD operating guidelines and put it through a single committee and bring it back to the board, because that was really hard and very confusing and detrimental to this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Director Risha.
Thank you. So in addition to Director Guzman's point about all the money that we spent that we didn't budget for this year, I am a no vote on this. Many things can be true. So when I look at the math, I do think that we probably need to make some cuts. Probably need to make some cuts. At the same time, I don't feel like I have enough data to make that decision, because we did ask staff to also include in this package, it was supposed to be a package, of other options for us to consider. We have gotten memos to that effect, but none of it is on the table for us to vote on. I can't vote on cuts in isolation. So to that end, I think that you know, Director Larson had several good points there. And also, I cannot ignore the fact, because this is the math, that this board is prepared to appropriate over $200 million in the next couple of years to a train to Fort Collins that looks like it's going to be a leisure train for Broncos games. If we had the extra money, sure, but I cannot ignore that these cuts are going to go in part to pay for expanding fast tracks with money that we don't have. And if it is money that we, quote, have, it is coming at a high cost. It is coming at the cost of our employees, 40 of whom, if not more, have already lost their jobs, and there will probably be more cuts to come. We are sitting here talking about who is going to lose bus service. Is it people who live off the 53 in Broomfield? Is it folks who live off of the 42 in Montbello? We just barely staved off cuts to paratransit, and I have a feeling that question is going to boomerang back, if not to this board, the next board. So on the basis that
one, I don't believe in disinvesting from our communities to send money to other communities until we've taken care of what we have at home. And also on the basis that I just don't have all the variables in front of me, I am going to vote no tonight. And it is not because I am ignoring the math. It is because I have spent months in the math, and the math just doesn't square with my values. Thank you.
Director Palieri and then Director Banker.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call a question, if possible.
Second.
Okay. Is everyone okay? Do we want to go through, call the question? Okay, so we're just going to go vote.
I would like to just vote on to call the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, this is to call the question in debate.
We can just vote, dude.
Director,
I thought it was on the list.
you were on the list, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Director Curie, this is call the question and debate on the main motion.
Yes.
Director Banker?
Yes.
Director Bouquet?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Downing?
Yes.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenritter?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
Nope.
Director Harwick? Nope. Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
Out of respect to my friend, no.
Director Palieri?
Yes.
Director Ruscia?
No.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
I'm a no. All right, we're back to discussion on the main motion. Let's see if I've got this right. I think I had Director Banker, then Director Larson.
And Chair, if I could just clarify, you're not on the main motion, you're on the amendment
On
to
the
the main
amendment to the
motion.
main motion, I'm sorry, the
Harwick Amendment, yes.
Harwick Amendment? Okay. So Director Banker, you're up.
Okay, I'll be short and quick. We have before us an important and serious budget change to save $20 million. Again, it was a compromise between our two committees. This is not easy to do. We have to try to balance the budget the best we can. And I hope we can walk away tonight with at least saying we saved 20 million. We will not be voting on the exact cuts until later this year, whether it's September or October. And then we will have another discussion. But at this point, I think it's just very important to think about the budget deficit and what are your answers to fix it. This is one. Please consider it. Thank you.
Director Larson?
I agree that we do need to give staff direction. I think that no cuts is direction. They can budget based on that. Speaking of the Denver Post, I read that editorial too. They definitely said bad things about us, but also insisted that we don't make drastic cuts, but still, manage the agency, with financial rectitude. I'm not sure the Denver Post is, necessarily going to be giving us great advice. I think what people really care about is not our bond rating, not the, most people aren't paying attention to that. What people notice is whether or not the service is there, whether it shows up on time. And that's why I think at this point we should not direct any cuts.
Any other discussion on the Harwick Amendment? Okay, seeing none, we are going to vote on the Harwick Amendment to the main motion. Director Arcuri?
Yes.
Director Banker?
Yes.
Director Bouquet?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Downing?
Yes.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenritter?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
Yes.
Director Harwick?
Yes. No, I know it was mine. I'm sorry. I know it was mine. I'm just going to screw you all over and be like, no. Yes. Yes.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director Palieri?
No.
Director Ruscia? No. Director Whitmore?
Yes.
I'm a yes. That passes 10-5. 10 yeses, 5 noes. We're on the main motion at 9:50 p.m. I assume we want to vote on this too. So let's, yeah, this is the main motion as amended. As amended.
So now it is just, it's adding in that amount of money. Mine was just the amendment to change it to 20, and we had the sub-amendment to change Bruce's language, and so now this is all of it combined in one fell swoop.
All right. Director Arcuri,
At least I could string a sentence together.
Yes.
Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
No.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Downing,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenberger,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
Yes.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Rusha. Director Whitmore,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So that passes 9-6. We are on to, I understand what time it is, the high volume service pilot amendment. We need a cart break and we need to extend our meeting before we come back. And I would just, I mean, these poor people are sitting here. If you can say it in 1 minute, say it in 1 minute, okay? Because this is getting really late. The problem is that we make these consequential decisions this late. And I'm just asking everyone to abbreviate your comments. We will take a 10-minute recess, 10:02 when we return, and hopefully we can move forward.
Do we have to vote to extend?
Oh, no, we're just taking I'm just recessing for
You're just
cart.
gonna recess.
Yeah, we gotta come back and vote on it.
Hey, we might not vote.
You guys don't have to extend it. I'm gonna bet we do, because we gotta get high volume event thing.
To 10-ish, and I told you until 10:30.
Yeah.
So, Mary,
Yeah.
Are you having fun yet? Have you had meetings
I'm
like this at-
debating about it.
Have you done this before
Yeah.
in North Point?
Yeah, yeah, but then we
I wanted
kind
the
of
cuts, Karen,
figured
just
out.
couldn't vote for the crazy stuff that was on there.
Usually it's
I
9:30.
know, but we all have to compromise. I compromised over and
Yeah,
over.
well, you did, you did.
Because we've got to make decisions.
We need to make X amount of cuts and, not all that, because that's too prescriptive.
Wait till the cuts actually come forward.
Preservation and
find
growth
out.
of ridership? Preservation means you gotta keep it the same.
What we're asking is for our staff to use common sense to come back with cuts.
But
Should
we're
we have said
doing,
that
well,
instead?
maybe. But I
So I
think you say
guess-
preservation and growth of ridership, and yet you're cutting. How do those things
Because we're asking
Because
that.
we could be, you guys will be bankrupt long after we're gone if we don't make some incremental changes
I agree,
ahead of
and I
time.
think that's, but we need to not do it with all these, I mean, we're giving them for cuts, and we're giving them the priorities at the same time, and I think they're just in conflict.
NADA asked for geographic equity, so that's why I voted no. That came from all of my cities and counties that I represent and she represents.
Yeah, I just think that the thing was,
But with, you think they convolute with all these. You know, I don't understand. I know, I get confused. Of course, I know.
Okay, thank you. We are returned from our break. Directors, please take your seats.
Mr.
Director
Chair.
Guzman.
Thank you. I move to continue this meeting through the finality of item J, the ratification of appointment of Director Downing to the Operations, Safety, and Security Committee, and then we can adjourn after that.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Bouquet. Anybody opposed to this motion? Okay.
I'm
thank-
so sorry, please
Oh.
restate. I was
We're-
not paying attention.
We are
So-
extending the meeting to.
It's to extend the meeting through the finality of the action items.
Thank you.
Anybody opposed? Nope. Okay, we are on high-volume event pilot amendment. For the Board of Directors to amend the recommended action related to the high-volume event service pilot for the 26-27 Broncos season approved on June 23rd, 2026, and to direct staff to continue collaborative planning with the Denver Broncos organization and regional partners for the implementation of the pilot for the 27-28 Broncos season, and for the Board of Directors to authorize $1 million to provide high-volume event service before March 27. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Nicholson. Secretary Nicholson, you want to explain this? I believe you are the owner.
High-volume events, I wasn't the one that put that on the agenda.
He's the new owner of the amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I was just saying.
Director Bouquet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a question in regards to the amendment itself. For Secretary Nicholson,
I don't have a motion yet, or, wait, do I have a motion and a second, so we're on the main motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
But what he added, he's at his question about what was added.
Okay.
So the amendment that was added in OSS, my apologies for misspeaking on that. So my question would be for Secretary Nicholson in regards to the $1 million. What is your expectation in regards to what you would want from staff? And how is it that we're going to be saying, hey, how did you spend that money? What is kind of your expectation since this was your amendment?
Thank you. Yeah, so as you're aware, we passed the high-volume resolution last fall in October with a vote of, I think, like 10-1, because we had a number of directors absent that day. And then staff brought forward the list of high-volume events that could be considered. That was eventually narrowed down to just Broncos Ride, but there were a bunch of other high-volume events included in the plan that staff brought forward. This says, we would like you to take $1 million, not the full amount that we allocated at the June meeting. We voted for 1.4, 1.6, something like that. And at Director Chandler's suggestion, because we're not doing all of Broncos Ride, we could lower that down, save a little money, that we use that $1 million to do any or everything else in the plan. That includes, I think, Festival of Lights, it includes Avalanche games, it includes Nuggets games, stuff which is months away from where we are now. And because of Director Harwick's amendment, extends that period all the way out until March of 2027. So this basically says to staff, take $1 million from our operating budget, of which, and I could ask this question of CFO Mackey, we are favorable in our operating budget by well over $1 million. So we're not taking money we haven't got in that pot, and use it to do something left in that high volume events plan. And saying, basically, you pick, figure it out. You don't have to come back to us. You don't have to ask us for permission. You don't have to say, this is the one we're doing. You have 9 months. Do what you can with it. That was the point of the amendment.
And the point would be then this would be presented back to OSS in regards to what were the attempts that staff did?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't require that they even come back to staff. It just says, here's the plan. You guys have said you can do this. You have said these are things you can do. We believe in you. Here's $1 million. Do what you can with it.
Okay.
That's where I'm at, because I want to see them implement the plan that they wrote.
Last question, and this is regarding towards staff. What does that translate to all of you? What does us authorizing $1 million translate to staff? GMCO Johnson.
Yes, thank you very kindly. So keeping in mind that I, along with members of the team, have been working in partnership with the Sundance Film Festival, staff within the city, in County of Boulder. This will enable us to leverage some recent asks that they have made from us in reference to moving forward to support the inaugural Sundance Film Festival in the city of Boulder come the last 2 weeks in January of 2027.
So I'm hearing, Ms. Johnson, that $1 million would help.
Yes, that is something that we have been working on for the past several months. And so timing just aligns. And that was something that we did incorporate into the plan that the board requested of us by virtue of that resolution that was referenced in October, i.e. that was for us to bring back a plan in February of 2026. So yes, yes, Director Bouquet, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, any other comments on Director Guzman?
I'll be quick. I'm going to go back to my previous comment. Again, we're spending money that was not budgeted for this year. This is a question for the budget for next year. We were just told that we needed to find money. This is money that has not been spent. Yes, it is savings in the current budget. I'm probably a no. Thanks.
Director Rusha?
Thank you. Just to add to Director Guzman's math, we did appropriate $12 million that wasn't in this year's budget earlier tonight. We also reduced a potential, $31 million budget savings to $20 million. We've spent, friends, we have this unrestricted pot of cash, and everything we're spending tonight and tomorrow and next month is coming from the same pot of cash because we are over budget and we keep spending money that we don't have. I understand it feels good to think that we are under budget, but that is a point in time. And Ms. Mackey was delightful enough to provide us with a color-coded graph a few months ago, and I think she even resent it back out, that showed that we are depleting our available cash revenues. A week ago, I thought this was kind of reasonable. Thank you for adjusting your request down, Secretary Nicholson, but at the end of the day, the money is the money, and we don't have it, and so I'm going to vote no, even though I'm sympathetic, and I would like to see us do special events just on the basis that we don't have the money, and this board could probably do a little bit of work in terms of its own budget discipline. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Director Chandler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to reiterate, if we do not get special events right, and that means everything in concerts, tonight there's several concerts that are going on just around here. If we don't get these things right, the average person who rides RTD 2-3 times a year won't ride again. I know $1 million is hard to think about. I was going to vote for larger cuts. I get it. But large events draws a lot of people to ride RTD. So I would ask that you would think about this not in perspective of $1 million and where's that budget going to come from, but potential ridership. That is extremely important. Thank you.
Any other, Director Curie?
I echo Director Chandler's comments. That lines up very well with the many people I have spoken with in my district.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Banker. I jumped out of order. You're done, right? Yeah. No, it's my fault. Direct.
Okay. I think everyone knows, I'm in support of providing Broncos rides since we were doing it for like 40 years. And now it's so difficult for us to get it started again. But here's my question for Director Nicholson, and that is, what the piece for me that's missing is the fare revenue. And we briefly, well, maybe not briefly, earlier tonight we were talking about fares and changing fares, but we do not have a fare for high volume events. And perhaps that would be something that we could look at. So I'd like to ask you to at least consider the possibility of maybe pulling this for tonight, because I know we're all really tired, and reworking it a little bit and bring it back with some of the fare revenue to offset the cost.
Secretary Nicholson.
So I believe that the item, this item is around high volume events. It doesn't just include my language, it includes what we're doing as a result of what we passed last month, saying basically we're punting Broncos ride to 2027. So we have to pass that to change what we did last month. Otherwise, we're still directing staff to go forward with Broncos Ride in 2026, and we can't do that. In terms of the fare revenue portion, we're going to be collecting fare revenue at the regular rate for this service, and there's absolutely zero chance that we can change the fares by January of 2027. So I don't think there's any chance, even if we, wing and a prayer, that staff could get a fare change in place for special events by the time Sundance comes around in 4 months. So I think we should accept that we're going to get 275, that these buses are going to be unbelievably full. And what this will do at the end of the day is it'll mean that the FF1 is more available to people who are not going to Sundance and need it to get where they're going, because people who are going to Sundance will be able to take these buses instead. I think it's a phenomenal way to prove that we can deliver for a huge event for the city, the county, and the state. And I'm really glad to hear that staff has sort of aligned this money with that. I want Sundance to be a huge success for us.
Okay, anybody else in the first round? Director Rusha?
Please don't throw things at me, Director Bouquet. So did I miss something? Have we decided that these funds are definitely going to Sundance, or is that just an option on the table? Just an option on the table, I'm hearing? Oh, okay.
We're trusting staff.
Okay, I would like to make a motion, actually, that we roll back the Nicholson amendment from committee, so that the only thing before us is that we will do Broncos Ride next year in our regularly appropriated budget process.
Okay, so motion,
Yeah.
do I have a second?
Or not.
There is none. Back to main motion. Okay, no other, is anybody planning to vote no? Okay, I figured. This is on high volume events, no amendments. Director Curie,
Yes.
Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Downing,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Nope.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha, Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I am a yes. That is 13 to 2. It passes. We are on to the second to last item. Limited waiver of sovereign immunity for operation of the inline commuter rail vehicles for the board to approve. Resolution blank, series of 2026 granting limited waiver of sovereign immunity for actions for injuries resulting from the operation of any inline commuter rail vehicle by a district employee while in the course and scope of such person's employment as set forth therein. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Guzman.
Second.
Guzman, Chandler, and Director Guzman, were you going to touch on this? I thought you said, okay. GC Snyder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So as a political subdivision of the state of Colorado, RTD, like other governmental entities, does have governmental immunity under state law. The resolution that's before you, starting on packet page 486, is being brought as a recommendation from the chair of the board with concurrence from the GM and CEO. The way that this resolution would work is that it would align RTD's liability for its directly operated commuter rail service on the N line with its limited liability that it currently has in place for bus and light rail operations that are directly operated. The resolution does provide that it would be granting a limited waiver of immunity for actions resulting from the operation of commuter rail vehicles on the N line by a district employee. And it would be effective for any injuries that were discovered on or after January 27th, 2026, and this aligns with the 182 days notice requirement that's in the Governmental Immunity Act.
Thank you, GC Steiner. Any questions? Okay, is anybody intending to vote no? Okay. We are sorry, put these away. Director Curie?
Yes.
Director Banker?
Yes.
Director Bouquet?
No.
Director Chandler?
Yes.
Director Downing?
Yes.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenmeier?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
Yes.
Director Harwick?
Yes.
Director Larson?
Yes.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director Palieri?
Yes.
Director Rusha? Yes. Director Whitmore?
Yes.
And I am a yes. That is 14-1 on that item. We are on to the last one. Ratification of appointment of Director Downing to the Operations, Safety, and Security Committee. I would like to note for the record that we pay you $1,000 a month for this job, and we welcome you to the board. Any discussion on this?
So moved.
So, second.
I need a moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Welcome.
Director Bouquet?
Welcome to the board.
Yeah. This is as long as it goes, so there you go.
Oh, dude, you just jinxed us.
So, is anybody intending to vote no on this? Okay, this passes unanimously as prescribed in the Guzman amendment, or extension. We are adjourned after item J.